East Hampton Town Board, you are live.
Great, thank you, LTV. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Town Board work session of Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. Cheryl, if you could please read the roll call. There's some kickback, Jody.
Give me 1 sec. Is that better?
Yes,
Roll call.
thank you.
Councilmember Flake,
Present.
Councilmember Lees,
Present.
Councilmember Rogers,
Present.
Councilmember Colder Piedmont,
Present.
Supervisor Burke Gonzalez.
Present. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So this morning, we're going to start with public comment, and then we are at the end of our meeting going to be having a discussion about zoning code amendments. So if folks want to comment on that, we ask that you hold your comments, and we'll open it up again at the last topic. But we'll start with bids, then we're going to have a presentation from John Marmitano from Farrell Fritz on the Monroe balancing test update. David Lease and Matt Jedliger are going to lead us through the Stephen Hans Path multi-use field proposal. And then Tom Flight and Matt Jedliger are going to take us through the Amagansett Historic Lighting Feasibility Study. Eric Shantz from our housing office will discuss the community development block grant that we had the public hearing on earlier in the month. And then Jake Turner, our senior assistant town attorney, will take us through draft legislation for temporary storage of modular homes. And then, like I said, we'll have an after hearing discussion on the zoning code amendments. That'll be followed by liaison reports, and we have a few resolutions today. So we'll start with public portion, and Jeff Bragman has signed up. Welcome, Jeff.
Good morning, board members and supervisor. I'm here to talk about the senior center because the board appears to be set now to clear nearly 80% of the site, the majority of which is roosting and foraging habitat for the northern long-eared bat. I've never heard the town board mention the fact that they own or about to own a vacant lot right next door, adjacent to this, same size, already disturbed with a house, and when you get it, you're going to tear that house down. So you have another site right near the site you're proposing to clear that doesn't require, among other things, a long flag lot, which is going to cost the town taxpayers $1 million to create. It's inconceivable that any private developer could propose this scale of development and impact and get it through any kind of rigorous environmental review. Bats are important. The northern long-eared bat is an endangered species, not a species of concern, not a threatened species. It may go extinct. It's a serious enough issue that it's been on national television within the last 2 weeks on PBS NewsHour that there's been a 90% crash in the bat population, and New York was described as being ground zero for the population crash. You can look it up. Bats are interesting characters. They are pollinators, among other things, as well as insectivores. They eat insects, but they're pollinators. And, you can applaud yourself for the pollinator garden outside town hall. I read the sign as I came in that said, we're not being lazy. We're letting it grow because when we let it grow, it provides better habitat for the birds and other animals that rely on it. Not so much when it comes to your senior center. And the other thing about bats that's significant is they show site fidelity, which is a lovely word. It means they like being at home where they have made homes, and they tend to return there. Doesn't matter to the town board because the Taj Mahal Senior Center is more important. U.S. Fish and Wildlife told the town that they were concerned with the fragmentation of site habitat and the loss of habitat, and they recommended a follow-up. Well, what did the town do? You went out and you hired NPV, an engineering concern, with an interesting corporate culture, because within the last couple of years, NPV disclosed its compromised reputation when it was hired by the town of Southampton to help out with the Hampton Bays Downtown Overlay District, which was quite controversial. In submitting a proposal for that, what they said to the town was, They described their mission. We will seek to neutralize hot-button issues raised by opponents by having them appear as traditional NIMBYs who consistently present misinformation to present their own limited agenda. And we will present a positive message through community leaders, which meant the town board, of course. That's NPV. That's the firm you hired. And their report is predictably flawed and inadequate and very perfunctory. It consists of about 6 pages, 3 of which is introductory material. The other 3 apparently relate to a single site visit. They went to the site on one day, walked the site and took 4 photos and came back and wrote their conclusions. And they're oddly contradictory. They didn't, by the way, undertake acoustic monitoring, which the national news reports is very cost-effective and with GPS very accurate. They can actually distinguish species when they fly drones over with audio receptors, but you didn't bother with that. And NPV spoke in really doublespeak. They highlighted that the area around your proposed site for the senior center was largely built out, and you were going to build something that was comparable to what was around it. So they said, you know, we're not contributing any cumulative impacts. First time I've ever heard an applicant say that clearing 80% of a site is not a cumulative impact. And then at the same time, after trashing, I'll get through this hastily. There's no one else in the audience, I might add.
People in the audience.
I got it. They also seem to suggest that the bats will just go elsewhere, ignoring the fact that there's site fidelity. Looking at the larger picture, you're in the process, I think, of reducing house size to 10,000 square feet. Bravo, took you a while, but nice job. But you don't seem to see any contradiction between building a 22,000 square foot building as an example of the way you want to run the show. There's no recognition either that the size of the structure should reflect the use that you've experienced. That senior center gets attendance of 15 to 30 people. You're building a 22,000 square foot building. The slogan, if you build it, they will come, does not substitute for rigorous environmental review, nor does it answer the question of how you're going to hire people to manage a 22,000 square foot building. You're breaking the tax limit that the state imposes. Why? Because your cost from employing people, you said, is driving you over that tax limit. No thought that you're going to have to hire a huge amount of staff for this building. My conclusion is that you're now prepared to neg deck it, which means for anybody who's listening that this 22,000 square foot building has no adverse environmental impacts, and you're surely on your way to issue a Monroe exception saying zoning doesn't apply to you. This project would require an 88% variance in clearing if it went through rigorous review. You have slighted the laws and protections that have preserved East Hampton for more than 40 years in your haste to hurry this thing through. It's unfortunate that you're giving it a free pass and not rigorous environmental review. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there anyone else here that would like to address the board? Jody, is there anyone on the line?
Yes. Let me just patch them through. Caller ending with 6412. You're on the air.
Good morning, town board. I just listened to Jeff Bradman, and I applaud him for what he had to say. But that's not why I'm calling. It's Rona Klopman, and I'm calling as chair of the Amagansett Citizens Advisory Committee.
Rona, could you introduce yourself, please?
I did.
No, you
It's
did
Rona
not.
Klopman,
Here you go.
chair,
Thank you.
and I'm calling as chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm calling as chair of the Amagansett Citizens Advisory Committee. The project, the lighting feasibility project, will be presented today thanks to the steadfast dedication of our liaison, Tom Flight, and a committed subcommittee members of 9 members of ACAC. We have undertaken a thorough evaluation of our current infrastructure and its potential transformation. For over 7 years, this project was a vision and a thorough, diligent effort. It now stands ready for your consideration. Our team conducted an extensive walkthrough of Main Street, focusing on relocating overhead electric utility underground and installing new decorative and historically appropriate tree lighting. The specific area under review extends along Montauk Highway from Indian Wells Highway to Meeting House Lane. The motivations is clear: improve safety, reduce lighting pollution, and boost the charm of one of our community's key locales. The current lighting situation has sadly seen several fatalities during its inconsistency and inadequacy. Not only will better illumination enhance safety for pedestrians crossing at night, but will beautify the main thoroughfare with energy-efficient, dark sky-compliant LED fixtures. These will reduce light pollution and fostering safety and a more visually appealing environment. It's going to transform the key part of Amagansett into a safer and more visually pleasing corridor, supporting social and economic activity along Main Street, and we believe it will foster a vibrant environment beneficial to all community stakeholders, including homeowners, business owners, and tourists who contribute to the lifeblood of our hamlet. So we appreciate the board's consideration and strongly ask for your support in making Main Street safer and more aesthetically fulfilling for the community. And I thank you for considering it today very seriously. And thank you to Tom Flight again, who is a steadfast liaison and one who really pursued this after 7 years of us trying to get it. So thank you.
Thank you, Rona. Jody, is there anyone else on the line?
Yes, we have 2 more callers on the line. Caller ending with 8764. You're on the air.
Good morning, Town Supervisor and Town Council. This is David Buddha. I'm calling this morning with 2 suggestions. One suggestion is that sometime before the end of the year, that you invite the appropriate town official, who I assume would be the chief building inspector, or perhaps also participation by the town ordinance enforcement office, to let you know how the new law that went into effect January 1st is working with respect to the requirement that most transactions, most real estate transactions where deeds are delivered after January the 1st require the obtaining of a new certificate of occupancy. This is an important, significant change in the landscape of real estate for the town of East Hampton, and I do know from my conversation with the town attorney that there is an effort being made by the building department to ensure proper enforcement. But I have no idea what their findings have been, what their reaction has been, what the actions have been taken where parties have transferred title after January 1st without obtaining a required certificate of occupancy. So it's an important topic, and the only way to find out and inform the public and remind the public of the existence of the new law is to have it be a subject for one of your future work sessions. So that's suggestion number 1. Suggestion number 2, unrelated, is there are many times, oftentimes you have public hearings, and every public hearing notice invites the public to either attend and participate or to submit comments in writing to the town clerk by a certain date, and that they will be given consideration. I trust that is done whenever someone does submit written communications. However, what's lacking is a standard procedure where in the minutes or elsewhere on the town website you make note of the fact of which people have submitted written comments. Perhaps even not just their name, that they submitted a letter, but whether they were for or against the topic that was to be considered. It so happens that on November 7th there was a public hearing that I had an interest in, and I was down in West Palm Beach having a high school reunion. So I missed the hearing. I submitted a letter. I personally delivered it. I'm sure you all saw it. You haven't yet had an opportunity to discuss that topic. Perhaps you will, perhaps you won't before you consider acting upon it. But it would be a good, proper procedure to at least have some system of acknowledging which written communications have been received, so that perhaps in the unlikely event that someone were to have a legal challenge to an action that you take, there would be a way of knowing what written communications are part of the formal record. And that's the end of my suggestion number 2, and unusually I have finished just in time. Thank you.
Yep.
David.
There's one more caller on the line. Caller ending with 2611. You're on the air.
This is Dawn Brosi, and I am calling about the Amagansett lighting project. I'm calling as a business owner and one that has personally grown up on the main street and, have witnessed the 2 deaths on the main street. And my concern basically is safety. As you know, my family's property is on Main Street, and we access the parking lot all the time. That is a particular spot of the entrance from the parking lot onto the Main Street, especially making a left-hand turn. We have inadequate lighting there, and there are very many dark spots along the Amagansett village that would be addressed with this new lighting project. So I'm just committing my support for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. Jody, is there anyone else?
There are no other callers on the line.
Okay, I'll just ask one last time in the main meeting room. Is there anyone that would like to address the board? Okay, so we're going to move on to topics, and we'll start with bids. And welcome, Lisa.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. So today, we are going to be extending EH 23-052, which is the snow plowing of the East Hampton Airport. That contractor is Southampton Excavation. We're also extending a bid number EH 23-053, which is the annual generator maintenance contract. That's Commander Power Systems. And all these next notices, they'll all be available for pickup on November 21st. We're going to do the transportation and disposal of non-recyclable waste, construction and demo debris used tires. That'll be one bid. The next is the tree clearing for 403 Abraham's Path, the Westlake dock repairs, and the Star Island dredging, and the Stephen Hans Path multi-use field. So we're a little busy. And they'll all be available, like I said, on that. They'll be noticed and available on the 21st of November.
Okay, so the Stephen Hans Path is
Yes.
being noticed on the 21st?
Yes. So, yeah, transportation disposal, tree clearing, Westlake dock repair, Star Island dredging, and Stephen Hans Path multi-use fields.
Thank you.
So we'll get it all squared away.
All right.
All right. Enjoy your day.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, next up we have John Amartano from Farrell Fritz, an update on the Monroe balancing test. Welcome, John.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is John Armentano. I'm attorney with Farrell Fritz, and we are serving as special counsel to the town board regarding the senior center. So today we're here to talk about the Monroe Doctrine. Again, we had a meeting about this back in January. This is not as unique. It's not as unique as some people would like you to think. The Monroe test it happens on occasion when a governmental agency seeks to construct a public facility that may face certain hurdles from the zoning code of the municipality. And the purpose today is to review the Monroe Doctrine with you. We had presented this a number of months ago. And again, the issue that we're discussing is how the Monroe Doctrine is constructed and how we are to apply the balancing test To the
Just
mineral.
waiting for Joanne Ulrich from my office. We have a PowerPoint.
Oh, sure.
So,
Yes, let's just a little intro on that.
I'm going to ask Joanne. Joanne, would you please run the PowerPoint for the Monroe balancing test update? And I appreciate you pinch hitting at the last minute. For folks watching at home, we're just waiting for the PowerPoint to be brought up.
Jack, what's the share screen button on the Zoom, please?
LTV, Jody, could you let us share the screen?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Thanks, Zach.
Wait, did you request the screen sharing?
We always have screen sharing in our work sessions because usually each presentation has a PowerPoint. So, make the room host. Can you make the room the host? The computer right there, the host, so they can share.
It doesn't appear that it's enabled.
It's not, it's, LTV, if you could work on trying to enable us to share the
Yes.
PowerPoint,
Give me 1 sec.
that'd be great. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate everybody's patience. You're doing it here. Are you doing it? You're doing it here, or Matt's gonna show?
Sorry, just give us 1 sec, guys. We're looking it up.
And John, why don't you get started and
Sure, that's fine. So again, this is obviously based on the need of the community, and that's one of the important factors in the public interest balancing tests. So as we start the slideshow, I'll take you through the process. Again, understanding the Monroe Doctrine is founded in a Court of Appeals case. It was the County of Monroe versus the City of Rochester. It dealt with how the competing or governmental interests are to be balanced to protect the public interests. And the benefit is there's a very clear test. It's a 9-factor test to have the town board or the entity seeking the action to proceed with considering whether or not immunity from the zoning code is important for the project. And so I'll take you through the very basic aspects of this, and then we'll get into the 9-factor tests. And again, as this board is aware, this proposed action has been subject to a SECR review, and the town board has reviewed this process through the SECR process as well. And so that is a function of this project's review as well. Again, there is a presumption that all projects are to be in compliance with zoning, but the process to Monroe is to balance those competing interests to see whether or not the project should be zoning immune. And again, this comes from the Court of Appeals case, County of Monroe versus City of Rochester, and that is why it's called the Monroe test. And there is no single factor that is determinative. It is a balancing test, as the Court of Appeals has said. Again, examples of public projects that have been subject to an immunity Monroe test are libraries, police stations, firehouses, ambulance facilities, telecommunication centers, and other municipal facilities. So when you consider the 9 factors, I'll recite them for you, and then I'll take you through our analysis of the factors, and the board can weigh in or ask any questions that they may have. But again, the factors to be considered are the nature and the scope of the instrumentality seeking the immunity. And again, these are long phrases because the Court of Appeals wrote them, but we will digest them and talk about the issues here. The encroaching government's legislative grant of authority, the kind of function or land use involved, the effect local land use regulations would have upon the enterprise considered, alternate locations for the facility in less restrictive zoning areas, the impact upon legitimate local interests. The next is alternate methods of providing the proposed improvement. Number 8 is the extent of the public interest to be served by the improvements. And then 9 is the intergovernmental participation in the project development process and an opportunity to be heard.
Okay. Joanne, they're telling me at LTV that they've enabled it. So Zach and Jody, if you can hear me, yeah, we have a work session, a workstation here in the main meeting room. And typically when we share our PowerPoints, it shows up on 2 screens.
We're just not getting the prompt on our end. Are you sure you're sending to us?
Have we joined the meeting? Can you check? I don't know that we have.
Well, we were, maybe somebody else.
Let me see, hold on.
Yeah.
You might need to rejoin. I'm waiting for the host to start the meeting. We're in. Okay. So, the sense of the host has to start.
Did you hear that, LTV?
No, can you repeat that?
We're signed into the meeting and it says waiting for the host to start the meeting.
Okay, hold on a sec.
I could put on that monitor without them.
Well, it's for the folks at home that.
You see, our member is signed in.
Yes, I see what you're talking about. I think we have to hit leave and join, so it'll blank out the screen for a second, and then it will repopulate with the PowerPoint. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I need to, my phone.
two governmental agencies, typically a town and a county, or a county and a city, and one is existing in the other, and they are seeking resolution. Okay, so we're now up.
Yep, page 8,
yes.
Joanne. Page 8, please.
Thank you. So again, this is regarding the encroaching governmental legislative grant of authority that typically in the more typical Monroe doctrine is a one governmental entity doing something under the jurisdiction of another governmental agency. So it would be, as was in the county of Monroe, it was the county of Monroe putting in a airport in the town. And that was the competing governmental interest. But Monroe has been expanded to consider local municipalities seeking immunity from their own zoning codes. That's the place we find ourselves today. So then if you consider it from the Court of Appeals position, this senior center is located entirely within the town and is not within any other competing governmental authority. So there would be no conflict of another governmental authority. But in considering the evolution of the Monroe Doctrine, this extends to this situation where this board's project would be subject to the town code, would require certain variances, would require a special permit, site plan review by the planning board. There's also a subdivision keeping the lot separate, as well as the ARB's review. So those are the internal governmental, quote unquote, conflict. But there's a very recent case that has addressed the issue here, and it's called Bruin versus the town of Kent. And it was decided in Putnam County in 2014, and it was upheld by the Second Department in 2016. And it definitely lays forth the pathway for this board to proceed if it is inclined to seek community. Because the court noted in that case that although there is a statutorily derived power of the Zoning Board of Appeals to grant variances, but that power is not vitiated, does not vitiate the town board's power to employ the immunity test. So what that means is, in this case, there was an issue where the residents of the community challenged the determination of the town board to construct a monopole. And the residents brought forth the fact that there was because of a height variance, the zoning board had ultimate jurisdiction. As I'm sure you're familiar with town law, the zoning board is vested with the exclusive authority for zoning variances, but that can be immunized through the Monroe Doctrine. So I know there's been some statements made. We are vitiating the town code. We are not following the benefits or the grants of the state powers to certain boards. That also includes the planning board for site plan review and special permit. But the Monroe Doctrine has been used and has been upheld to create that exact immunity. The immunity that you're seeking is from the other boards to build this project, to do the public benefit of the project without being subject to the other jurisdictions of the town. So it's perfectly falls within the Monroe Doctrine analysis, and so that's why that is an important factor to consider. And you can immunize yourselves against the requirements of the town code as well as the town law, which as I discussed, gives certain powers to certain boards. So then moving to page 9, the third factor regarding the kind of function or land use involved. And this is a little bit of a wordy one. I'll just take you through it in my parlance. But basically, the function or land use involved is a public facility. It is in a residentially zoned area, but it is the function of the land use is for governmental and a public purpose, as opposed to a private developer constructing this facility. So the function of the land use is for a community benefit, is obviously for the increasing and the needs of the town's residents for their seniors. The existing senior center does not serve the purposes of the town residents. So that is the public purpose. And the governmental purpose is the relocation of the Department of Human Services. Those two things are the function of the land use. The land use also is surrounded by quasi-governmental, there's parks, there are other things, not just residential. So the senior center is being established for the public's health, safety, and welfare, and to provide a new and expanded community service for the population of East Hampton. So that's our consideration for factor 3. Factor 4 is regarding the effect local land use regulations would have on the enterprise concern. So that means what is the effect that the existing, it's slide 10, please. Thanks. So factor 4 is what would the local land use zoning codes have on the construction of the senior center? So with respect to the zoning compliance, the premise is located in the A3 residential district. The senior center would require variances for lot coverage, the lot building, the clearing of the lot, the gross floor area. There are several variances that would be needed. There are also several waivers that would need to be granted by the planning board if this process were to be subject to the town code as it is written. So that's what the senior center would be subjected to if it would have to go through the process. But considering the other recreational uses in the area, it is in keeping with the land use, and it is also part of the town's comprehensive plan. So in effect, while there would be variances and waivers required, it is in keeping with sound planning. It is in keeping with the town's comprehensive plan. The effect of the local land use regulations would be placing, the process would be required to go through the other boards in the town, whereas this town board has adopted the comprehensive plan. This has been extensively reviewed by the planning department. This is the variances that would be necessary. One could argue they would be granted, but in consideration of what the effect would be, it would be a hurdle for the project that is the purpose for the zoning immunity. That is why, as in the cases of telecommunication facilities, the height variances, you don't ask for the height variance, you immunize the project to construct the monopole for the public purpose. That is akin to what the board is considering today, is in order to allow for this facility to be built, you need to be immunized from the zoning code to have the public benefit, and that is the balance that you're striking, right? There is a balance. It is somewhat similar to a zoning board balance, but it is different, and it is based on these factors. So that's the consideration for the effect of the local land use regulations, which is factor 4. And if we consider factor 5, that's the next slide. Thank you. Regarding alternate locations for the facility in less restrictive zoning district. And this typically, again, not all these factors exactly align on every point, so it's not as if this is an element test. This is a factor to be considered. But again, alternate sites, there aren't any for this project. So that is the reason for this location. So alternate sites were explored. I believe there was consideration to modify the existing facility. That does not seem to work, so that is not a good alternate site. The location of this site is centrally located in the town. The availability of land in East Hampton is obviously challenging. So the fact that the town owns this property makes it the most suitable site. So to consider alternate sites, again, I would say that there aren't any. And that would be speculative to consider, well, there might be some land somewhere else where you could build it. But the time is now for this project. The town owns this land. It is sized for this project. It has been through rigorous public review. This has been considered for years. So in considering whether or not alternates have been looked at, I would say the answer to that is they have been, and there are no other alternatives. Therefore, there is no suitable alternative to provide a location for the proposed senior center. So that's the consideration for factor 4. Factor 6 is regarding the impact upon legitimate local interests. So when we consider this, obviously the first bullet here I think speaks volumes. The impact on the local interest is positive. There is a need for this facility for the seniors of this town, as well as, again, I think a very important point is the relocation of human services is a critical component of this construction. It houses them together. So the impact on legitimate local interests are positive. There is a need for this expanded facility. It has been well documented through many public presentations, through many work sessions. The senior center will meet the needs and improve the quality of life of the seniors of East Hampton. And the planning department, from my review of their analysis under seeker, has found that there will not be any significant adverse impacts on the environment. That is separate and apart from this, but again, that is where you would consider, in my opinion, the impact on local interests. So the impact has been considered through the planning department and through its review and through the town board's review of the secret process. The next factor is number 7, regarding alternate methods of providing the proposed improvement. Again, this is a little redundant. The tests may have some overlap, but again, there is no alternate method to provide what the town is seeking to do with this project. So there is no other way, and there's no other place to build this, and the funding is available. The process has been reviewed, and this is providing the proposed improvement is this particular site. And considering factor 8, regarding the extent of the public interest to be served by the improvement. Again, obviously the public interest is well served by the proposed improvement. This is a significant undertaking for the town to improve what needs to be done by the town to protect its residents and provide them with the necessary services of a senior center and the necessary services of the Department of Human Services. Again, as has been documented well, the East Hampton population is aging. There is a need for this project. So this is really where you balance the public interest. And again, due to the inadequacies of the existing public senior center, this is where you balance the interest to be served. So you're balancing the needs of the community versus the issues that may arise from zoning compliance. And that is the real balance that you're being asked to strike. The zoning code is written, obviously, for the reasons to protect the town. It is also within the purview of this town board to immunize itself from that, to balance the public interest. And again, the most critical piece of this is the obvious need for the community. That to me is the center point of this. And that is where you balance the need for the use versus the impact of the zoning code on the project. And that's where you balance the public interest. And that's the design of the Monroe Doctrine. And then factor 9 is the intergovernmental participation in the project development process and an opportunity to be heard. Again, this project has been in many iterations part of the public hearing process. There have been many hearings on the proposal. You've heard from the architects, you've heard from the engineers, but the Monroe Doctrine and the Monroe Test has also been subject to public participation. There was a public hearing a number of months ago. The process of the secret review has been done through the public process. The two are linked in a way. So it has been a public process considered, and an opportunity to be heard has been provided. Again, part of the Monroe Test is also to provide the boards that also have jurisdiction before the immunity the opportunity to be heard. And obviously this is a publicly noticed hearing. Those boards are able to present themselves to discuss this. I'm not aware of that information being made at a public hearing, but the opportunity clearly was had. Obviously through the process of the seeker lead agency, we all know very well that certain boards were very involved with the process as well. Monroe was discussed at that time. So the public participation of the general public has been satisfied, and the boards that have jurisdiction that the town board will be seeking immunity have also had the opportunity to be heard. And again, I think that is also very clear through the process. This has not been a rushed process. This process has been taking a very considered and deliberate course. So for the suggestion that there has not been public opportunity to be heard, I don't think that's the case, but obviously the board will make that determination.
I mean, the secret process took 1 year.
Correct,
Our first presentation was November of 2023.
That's correct. So I think when you consider the two as linked, which they are, the public process of seeker has taken a long period of time and has been subject to extreme scrutiny. The planning department has reviewed these plans. We've worked with the independent agencies, the independent consultants for the board. So there has been a large public process. It is obviously, your website provides plenty of information on this project. The opportunity to be heard has clearly been made or available for the boards that are involved as well as the public. And again, as part of our drafting of the Monroe Doctrine analysis, as when we are directed, will be the opportunity that the town board may wish to consider the comments of the planning board, the zoning board, and the ARB as this project moves forward. This is the stage that we're at. The opportunity to provide comment. I have heard from this board on several occasions that they would like to provide those boards with the opportunity to weigh in on the project and provide their comments, which is a very, it's a way that the Monroe Doctrine can also serve, not just to seek complete immunity, although you are, but you will be receiving input from the boards that consider these projects as well. So there's going to be an interaction between the various boards, and that is something that can be part of our Monroe analysis for you. So that brings us to, I think it's the last slide, it's page 16. Just as a summary, that at this point, there was a public hearing notice on December 21st of 2023. The town board held a public hearing on January 4th. The hearing was closed on January 4th, and there was an opportunity to provide public comment. The initial discussions on the merits of the Monroe Doctrine were discussed with the town board at a town board work session on January 16th. This process has gone through the Monroe analysis today. That slide speaks of today. So we're discussing this openly and publicly to give you our analysis for you to consider, and obviously direct us, Farrell Fritz, to draft as you see fit. But this was to kind of give a little Monroe refresher, if you will, because it has been a number of months. We are progressing to a point where Monroe has to be considered. And we also know that the secret process, the secret review is nearing its conclusion from what I understand. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Board members have questions for John?
No, I thank you, John, for taking us through this. I mean, we have looked at the structure beforehand. I agree with all the pieces you've kind of gone through. I think from the public's perspective, this isn't at this stage about, I like this, I don't like this. This is about governmental procedure. And I think it's important to separate the two entities here. Like, this government procedure exists for a reason, and that is to ensure that we as a municipality have the ability to effectively serve our communities if we see the need arise. So from that perspective, I think you've hit all the points from mine.
Thank you.
Anyone else have?
I have no further questions. We did have a lengthy discussion about this, and at that time I stated we went through the balancing. I stated my position then, and it hasn't changed to now.
So appreciate you coming out, John, and taking us through this. And this is something that the board will probably entertain next month.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Okay, so now we're up to the Stephen Hans Path multi-use field. Zach, could you please let Matt Jedlicka into the meeting?
He is currently in the meeting. Matt, thank you.
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Welcome,
I'm
Matt.
here. Hi there. Sorry I couldn't be there.
No worries. We're starting with the Stephen Hans Path multi-use field. I believe, Chelsea, you're going to pull up the PowerPoint. David, did you want to kick it off?
Yes, I'll kick it off and I'll lead it through here. I want to thank the town board for the support of this project moving forward, and I want to give the community an update on it then too. We are here with partner from LK McLean, Matt Jedlicka. I'm here with a capital projects manager, and James Pincon and Kevin Ahern, and also the superintendent of recreation, John Rooney. John, if you could just come up to the podium with us then too, because I know you might have a comment with us later. Let's go start it off at number 1, Chelsea, when you're ready.
I don't know why it's
It's the
formatting
display.
that way.
You can change it right there.
Better or not?
Yep.
That's great. So I want to thank everyone. As the public is aware, the Stephen Hans Path Recreational Facility is a
is a multiple sport facility, recreational facility that the town has in our control and in our Parks and Recreation. Most recently, we added 2 softball and baseball fields for Little League and other uses, which included 2 batting cages. That was done approximately 2 years ago to great fanfare and use by the community. Also, our current recreational opportunities that we have there, 2 longstanding volleyball courts. There's actually 2 playgrounds, one which is being ADA accessible from the former CDCH building, and another small little one in between the 2 grass soccer fields. As I just mentioned, there are 2 grass soccer fields. The east field, there was a capital project to partially replace the grass turf in 2020 because of the amount of tremendous use that these fields have. The grass surfaces was depleted, and it's getting back to that way again, unfortunately. There's also an approximately half-mile asphalt walking trail on the property itself, too, that goes around the facility, and also a shade pavilion. Next, please. Overall, this is how the facility situates. If you haven't been there most recently, then too, the 2 Little League fields, as you see the top left-hand corner there, then are some of the most state-of-art Little League fields on Long Island. We've heard that from our District 36 Little League, and also from traveling around to many softball Little League fields recently, then too. They were well-designed, well-installed, and well-used, and I want to thank the supervisor and the town board for the support of that, and also the Little League and Little League Relocation Committee. As you see during that, we have our 2 volleyball fields in the courts to the left, and also our 2 soccer fields, which you can see heavily use of these soccer fields in the bottom of this screen here then too. So that's how it currently sites. This is actually as of last year, but it still is the exact same, as we've had to remove some of the southern pine beetle trees in this location for safety. Next, please. This is what we are proposing. What we are proposing is a field turf multi-use field at this location. This location will have elements that will allow for easier maintenance of the field, greater use of the field by active users, but also be a multi-use field in which we will now be able to line and stripe it for multiple different sporting events. This is a rendering. Certain things on here, elements we might pull out, but overall this is about what we are currently looking at as one of our renderings, which is not to scale, and I thank LK McLean for producing this also. If we can just go to the next slide, and I'll go through some of the multi-use field design elements. The multi-use field will be a field turf surface in which will incorporate sports lining for the following sports: football, soccer, men's and women's lacrosse, field hockey, and also have a Little League baseball field, which would be, I think, 60-foot dimensions on the base pads. The striping of the colors of the field will match the current configuration of the East Hampton High School multi-use field. I want to thank Chelsea and John Rooney for visiting at the high school. What I wanted to make sure happened here is that the users and the children and the adults that might use both fields, that there would be no confusion if they practice at one facility or use another facility as they grow up or as they use it during the sports season. We want to make all our fields in East Hampton, particularly those 2 field turf fields, be harmonious in their striping. The field will replace the most westerly soccer field and be slightly shifted west. The field will be ADA accessible through access ramps and also usage. There will be a 20-foot fencing at the end zone sides to limit the amount of stray balls from leaving the field. There will be also 3 at-alts in the bid for the following that will be decided upon by the bid responses and funding. The first will be complete field lights. Currently we will install the conduiting installed as part of RFP, but the light stanchions will be added on as an add-on if the financing is there for us. That means that these fields could be used at night times. Also, the Kelvin and the foot candles of the lights will be up to standards that would be used for Section 11 sports. Bleachers. The bleacher pads will be installed as part of the RFP, but the actual 8-tier bleachers will be added on as an add-alt if funding is there, and the town can look at that when we get there. Lastly, a scoreboard. As we see, the scoreboards at the 2 Little League fields are maroon. They're the town of East Hampton's. We were looking to use the same configuration. To use it mostly just for scores on there and timing, which is needed for any of these sports. Conduit will be installed as part of the RFP, but the actual scoreboard will be an add-alt depending on funding sources. Last,
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
Is that the order, you think, of priority? Obviously, the dollars are gonna figure in, but is, if there's money available, field lights, the number one priority, then bleachers, then scoreboard?
that's a great question, and I would agree to that. Yes, and I think with without actually designing this this presentation, I just put in what I thought would be the priority. And yes, I think field lights is what field lighting will do. Will only extend the amount of play that we can have on those fields in a location that's appropriately used, and just offer more amenities for our recreational needs. And two, the bleachers. This is a very well-used facility. If we had bleacher systems there, we would hope that more families would show there. Families with adults, children's, grandparents that come down and watch. And the scoreboard, yes, it's always nice, as some of us might go to sporting events. How much time is left? What's the score? These are annoying little questions you ask Blue, the referee, about. And if we had it there appropriately, yes, we would like to install. So those are the priority listing that way. Thank you, Madam Supervisor. The current walking path will be reconnected into this design as well. Surprisingly, the walking path gets well used by users of the facility just for the walking path, but also for family members that might be dropping off their children for sport or watching others. You actually see it, individuals walking with their children and others. It's very similar to the multi-use paths that we have at Buckskill Meadow and also Boys and Girls Harbor. Then too, individuals like to walk in locations that might not be infested, might not have ticks off the beaten path, a little bit of cars, in a very safe way. So those elements all be installed. What I wanted to go into next is just to alert the general public about the construction and programming. This project could be shovel-ready and potentially, this project is shovel-ready and potentially have a shovel in the ground by mid-January. It'll be about the 5 to 6 month project, weather dependent. The construction protocols have the contractor staging on the grass area and not to use the parking areas for the material staging during construction. This will allow adequate parking for other events that we have, other events or sporting events that would happen at this location during the construction timeframe. Notably, individuals using the volleyball, the soccer fields, town programming, or Little League. Town programming. John, do you want to just mention town programming, how town programming is going to adapt for the spring soccer season?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So going down to one field instead of two, we actually did this one at a time, which is during COVID. We had to make a tremendous amount of adjustments during COVID. Thank goodness we don't have to do all those adjustments, but going down to one field, we're just going to start a half hour earlier each Saturday. Normally we start at 9 o'clock, we'll start at 8:30, and then we'll have a shorter time between the transitioning between games. So normally there's about a half hour right now, but when we have two fields going, that's 4 teams leaving, 4 teams arriving, 8 teams. So now it's just one field, it's potentially just half of that. So we're gonna leave about 10 minutes for that changeover, and with all of our staff on one field as opposed to 2, they can help to make the transition. So we had toyed with changing possibly also like the length of the games and halftime, and we didn't want to mess with any of that, so we left it all the same. So we're going to hope that everybody cooperates. We can get done within 10 minutes, make the switch, and I think it should be smooth. I think everybody's going to be so excited about this getting done anyway. They'd be happy to have a 10-minute switch for one season. And yes, that's what
John, could you just talk a little bit about our spring soccer program, what ages the programs are for, and how many kids,
Sure.
communities?
So basically, we run the soccer program twice a year. We do it every fall and every spring. And the current program this fall has 10 teams, and we have 2 different divisions. Division A, which is grades 1 through 3, that is 6 teams, and Division B is grades 4 through 6, which is 4 teams. And we run the same format both in the fall and spring. There's usually a little more in the fall than the spring because there's more competition with other sports in springtime. But this spring we have, this fall rather, we have 189, and last spring we had 179. So it's a decent amount of kids, and we maintain our numbers. Fortunately, in the springtime, even though Little League comes around and kids maybe double up, they do different things. But yeah, but we'll be able to make the change, and then we're really psyched when we get that field. So
including one little 7-year-old aggressive lefty too. That likes to kick boy shins.
Gold lefty.
Yes, exactly. So John, thank you so very much on this. Community outreach. I've outreached to multiple East Hampton High School coaches, past and present, then too, to see about this field and about the striping of the field. They're very excited for this opportunity, specifically to nurture teams along. What we saw in East Hampton High School Bonnet football this season was a nurturing by Joe McKee to be able to bring a sports program that had very off years or didn't even have years through participation at a younger age and in different locations than to be able to make the playoffs this year. Kudos to Coach Joe McKee. Kudos to the East Hampton High School Superintendent of Sports, Kathy Masterson, to be able to give the kids and the parents what they need. This is exactly what the town of East Hampton is now also participating in. We want to give the residents what they need to enjoy recreation in the town. This is one of our facilities. I've also outreached to the East Hampton Soccer Club, who has been using these fields for years, about the impending project. Extremely ecstatic, over the moon. They have a wait list of individuals that want to participate with these teams. I know, Tom, you have a very good son plays soccer also. This will allow them to only educate more kids in soccer than two, because as daylight savings right now gets dark, they need lights. Then two, this will allow them for more kids to be off the devices and playing sport, which is, I think, a huge thing as we all parent and as we want to enjoy out here then too. So Chelsea, if you can just go to the next one on here. Again, questions to the board on the facility. I do have 3 appendix pictures, if you don't mind me just going on, that were shared. I didn't add them, they'll just come up quickly here. One of them is just a picture of the current fields and the state of the fields. The state of the fields right now, even though they're irrigated and we have a great ground step, we will have constant maintenance on this field then too, that will allow for a safe play then too, and multiple hours of safe play on there then too, compared to some of our constant maintenance that we have to do these fields, either aerating them or also mowing them too. Next, if you don't mind, this is a field that LK McLean did up in the town of Brookhaven. This just gives an example of the 20-foot fence that'll be on the side to stop balls from going to other areas that we might be able to put in other recreational opportunities in the future or use for by other means. And lastly, this is again that field where you see it's a multi-use field, how the striping lays out. Again, surprisingly, I always thought sometimes it can be very confusing to players. It's not. It's just confusing because I'm older. Excuse me. And I'm not as used to multi-use fields. The kids and players get very used to the striping of these fields on there then too. And surprisingly, they enjoy it. They've asked for it. As we've all been to some of these Little League games, I've received multiple questions and comments. What can we do over there at the soccer field? The answer to that, the town of East Hampton has heard you. We're going to install a field that will only amplify our recreational opportunities in the town of East Hampton. So if you can go back to the comments page, the questions page, that's what we have. I just want to update. And if there's any questions from the town board, free to answer.
First of all, I'm going to say the famous words that football is life. Now, actually, what I really want to do is I want to take an opportunity to thank my council member, Lise, here. We are so incredibly blessed to have you leading our recreational kind of drive along with John. What you've managed to deliver across the town in your tenure is incredible and to the benefit of this town greatly. So thank you very much. I think this is an incredible opportunity for the town. As a soccer player myself, it's always kind of the dream to play on a surface like this because your passing becomes so much better. You don't have the kinks in the ground. Yes, obviously, senior stadiums have grass fields, but those require immense maintenance. This is such a great way for us to help improve the soccer skills of our youth in this town. My only comment, and this is just a suggestion, it doesn't even have to be any kind of a project, is one thing you do often see in these multi-use pitches from a soccer perspective at least is just high quality mobile goals, so you can actually split the field in half and have 2 5-a-side games going at the same time. There's tournaments to take place with that, so that would just be my only thing, but I am delighted to see this coming forward, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Yeah, I'll second that motion for David and his work on recreation, and you had me get people up their screens. And it's not just important for the kids that'll be playing, but also for the families, and also to get everybody outside in the fresh air as much as possible. Plenty members of the community just like to come and watch these games these games be played. So I think that the benefit is even broader than what we're talking about here. And I'm supportive of a multi-use field. It makes so much sense economically too. We won't have to build one field for each sport. We're putting as many opportunities into one place as possible. So I think that makes good economic sense too for our taxpayers.
Yeah, I would just reiterate the comments of Tom and Kate. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, John. I think this facility on Seaman's Path is very well used, and this is just a further asset. It's great to see the community getting out there, enjoying themselves. And again, thanks for your work, Dave, and thanks, John.
And I was going to say, when we talked about the multi-use field, I assumed football, soccer, and men's and women's lacrosse. Hadn't thought field hockey, but what really took me back was the baseball and softball, that could be played on there as well. But you could have games going on, and the kids could be practicing on the other field, which is
We had
genius.
one. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to say my wife let me know about that, so she's the genius. But we have one opportunity here, a moment in time, to do something for 50 years out, and to look at all the needs on there, where we could stripe it for a third potential field over there, and if it gets used, great. If it doesn't, fine. But it's there. We think it will get used on there then too. To have that opportunity, I think it's great. Tom, the comments on there about the mobile fields, we actually looked at striping other ways. That got very confusing, but we could have the other ones, and John and I might look into that. Lastly, there's absolutely no I in team, as I've heard from Coach Nicoletti all the way through, even Coach Petrie back in the day. Then too, it takes a team effort. Then too, we are the team as a town board, recreation, Matt also. Then too, James and your staff. Then too. So I thank you very much. And I also thank just primarily the individuals that are in the residence for this, give us the opportunity. The town board looks forward to providing this for you right now, and looks forward to having that ready for 2025. That's all I have. Thank you so very much.
Terrific. Thanks, John. Matt, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now we're going to move on to the next presentation. Matt, sit tight. We need you again. You're on it, Matt.
Okay.
For the Amagansett Historic Lighting Feasibility Study. Tom, did you want to kick this off?
Sure. Yes, thank you. So this is something that was brought to my attention through my the Amagansett Citizens Advisory Committee, who, as was noted earlier, have had for a few years a subcommittee on what they wanted to see happen with lighting within the hamlet itself. So I approached the supervisor with this and asked to take a slightly different approach, and I think this is evidence of a modernization of government as a whole. We took this a slightly different direction to normal, actually met with our subcommittee and LKA McLean to kind of review what was initially proposed and, understand from their perspective some of the challenges that might be occurring, both in terms of placement, tree canopies, etc., you name it. So I think what's been put together here by Matt and that subcommittee is really reflective of a variety of kind of challenges that they've seen with this. The first is, the identification, as was noted, of where is the area most in need of this for safety. The trees are of huge importance to the character of the downtown area here. So, we really wanted to emphasize minimal interference with that vegetation. Additionally, the cost. This is a unique tax district. And so, the cost of this capital project will be shared amongst that specific tax district. So we really kind of, took that feedback on board. How do we minimize costs associated with this project? And to some degrees, that's why the extent of this project initially was considered, does one kind of go all the way up to the firehouse with this? No, it was actually pared back to kind of be around the Meeting House Lane area because that's a significant cost change. One of the other great suggestions from the supervisor on this was, staging of this project. So initially when this was kind of discussed, it was do this all at once, including bearing of utilities, etc. And, it's like, break it up. Let's address the lighting first. And come on to the other aspects as we can in the future. So that's where we've landed with this project. I do think it delivers one of the key elements here, which are improving the safety of this highly foot trafficked area, staying in character with the hamlet itself, in coordination with having a dark skies kind of a fixture. I think this delivers what the residents of this hamlet would like, and I think it's fitting with the hamlet plan and the comprehensive plan as well. So that's my hope.
Thank you, Tom. So Matt, are you going to take it from here?
Sure. I'm just going to leave this map up on my screen. I'm Matt Jedlicka. I'm a principal at L.K. McLean Associates. We're the consulting engineering firm that the town uses on town projects. Tom pretty much said just about everything I was going to say. But so when we looked at the project, obviously the trees are of utmost importance. So during the design process, which hasn't really happened yet, this is just the schematic design. During the design process, we'll make sure that we avoid any impact to any of the trees. We selected a light fixture that's similar. It's basically the same type of light fixture that the village of Sag Harbor has, and it's a globeless fixture. It doesn't have that glass globe that a lot of the fixtures have. Some of those fixtures, those light fixtures that have that glass globe, are not International Dark Sky Association approved, because what happens is, even though the light source is in the top of the light hits the glass globe, gets refracted, and there is a certain amount of uplighting. And so the ones that are like strictly IDA approved are the ones that are globeless. So there's no glass in it. We selected a 2700 Kelvin LED light, which is the warm light instead of the really bright blue lights. During the meeting that we had with the lighting subcommittee, it was pointed out that we should try to bring some light into the entry into the municipal parking area. So we did wind up adding a few light fixtures in that location. We can increase the number of light fixtures there, without any problem. Let's see. The project, it has two really distinct sections. One of them is like the commercial area, where there's the brick pavers, the sidewalk, the planters, and the benches. And then the other section is more of a residential type section that's just grass, sidewalks, the trees. The contractor, we would expect that they would either do directional drilling or trenching of the electrical conduit. And either one of those is a good option, and it depends on the situation. So they'll probably use a mixture of directional drilling and trenching, installing the conduits, wire pull boxes, and then connecting the new lights to the secondary electric service overhead. There's approximately 50 historic style LED light fixtures spaced about 100 feet apart on each side of the road, and they're staggered, so trying to have as much light coverage as possible. The project would include site restoration for any disturbed areas that occurred during the project. The feasibility study that we did also includes a budget, because we know that you need to know approximately how much money this would cost. And we estimated that all in on the project, including design costs and all that, would be about 1.3 million. And like Tom said, we do feel that this lighting upgrade would greatly improve the safety in downtown Amagansett, and using the historic lights, it would maintain the historic character of the area. So that's pretty much all I have. If you guys have any questions, feel free.
Board members have questions or comments they'd like to make?
I do. A couple of them I brought to Tom already, and they were mentioned here. So I think this is a long time coming. Then too, I appreciate Tom taking this torch and moving it to this point of completing this feasibility study, because this is a public safety need in this location then too. I do remember, unfortunately, the gentleman was struck by a car passing by here, 8, 9 years ago, maybe a decade ago. What you'll see difference here is even driving through Amagansett last night about 9:30, when the canopy is thick because it's so well worked on by the AVIS, the Cobra style lights that are there and will be staying, the lighting does not hit the streetscape. It does not show the safety elements enough to get through the canopy down onto the roads or down onto the sidewalks. So this would produce a lighting element that would be much more needed for public safety in these locations. Because I do agree, Tom, this is a public safety element here then too. Uniformity. Then too, we also have these lights down by the docks now. We retrofitted those lights onto our light stanchions down there. I thank you for explaining why these stanchions, and compared to the globe ones, which we have on Main Street, Montauk, are dark sky compliant. Thank you. I agree with that. Then also, I think they're working very well on there. When we get to I'm very familiar with Amagansett, and doing the parking lot, working with Matt on this one. I wouldn't mind actually potentially adding in even another light on the entrance to the parking lot. The reason why, because there's 2 crosswalks there, so I don't know.
So we just quickly on that one, we did discuss, and I have a resolution for Thursday for an investigative report into the municipal parking lot itself. When we've kind of pre-discussed this, we've considered that lighting as part of that project. Okay. But yeah, we definitely identified the same issue that area needs better lighting.
Exactly. It's just a safety area. We also have other municipal lighting in the alleyway. There's 3 small little lights. I'm wondering if we could add one of these to that location in that alleyway, just to be in the continuity of the lighting. Might be the same. I know there might be other factors in there. That's one. That's the other one. Lastly, 2 things. I agree with this feasibility study. I like the project in general then too. I think the design will actually harmonize the downtown central business district. You see it in other locations. I guess what I do is that when I travel now, I look at trash cans and I look at light posts, right? It's just what I do right now. Going up to Babylon, watching my kids' games on there in some areas where I'm just not used to. The villages that you see that have street lighting on there, it just makes it safer for me to drive now then too. I don't feel as at risk and not knowing where I'm at then too. I think this is what this will provide. I like the historical lighting on there, but I would ask in the feasibility is if we can electrify these poles with an outlet at the top of them, then too, I think that would be good for future use as we go.
Or if we wanted to decorate for a holiday.
So, right, we can. Yep. We could easily incorporate these fixtures have other accessories that you could specify. One could be like, some sort of arm or bracket up top for hanging stuff, the outlet up top. So, this was really just to get us to the point of, how many lights do you think that you would need and what's the approximate cost? It would still have to go through a full design process. And at that point in time, you'd be able to select the exact fixture that you would like, the accessories that you would want, maybe not the entire length of the project has all the accessories, but maybe the core business area has them. Things like that can be adjusted during that process because it will have to go out to a public bid. So, there's still a decent process ahead to put together plans, get it out to bid, and get a contractor on board.
So what would the timing, do you think, roughly, Matt, that would be?
Well, we haven't even considered doing any sort of design work yet, but, maybe that design work could take, I don't know, a month or 2, say 2 months, something like that. The bid process 2 months, and then I think what we'd probably want to do is shoot for next fall, and not try to cram it in before the summertime. We definitely don't want to be working in the middle of the summer in Amagansett. So I'd say that just take the winter and spring to get bid documents ready, maybe bid the project over the summer. That way there's a contractor in place for if we wanted to do a September start or an October 1st start. there would be a contractor ready to roll.
So I'll just go back to the, so thank you for that about the accessories and those are little things I also look at, you know, I know they recently did all the street lighting in West Hampton, part of a big civil project where they put a sewer system in there. They also included camera systems into their lighting. So we'll discuss that later, bring that up to Tom when we get there. If it's just about the scope of the lighting on there then too, I think the scope and the placement of the lighting is appropriate on there. You now have the lighting that would go from the school all the way down to the entrance of the village on there.
The downtown.
The downtown, yeah, the central business area. This, you know, the majority of the historical district. Two things I wouldn't mind thinking about is the eastern crosswalk out of the exit or entrance to the parking lot. I really always consider that being more well used than the one in front of Hedges. Do we put in a lighted crosswalk there as we did seven years ago? Take that one future step. The stanchions on the lighted crosswalk that are in front of the school and then also in front of Hedges there are very modern. Is there a way that we can change those stanchions to match the typical historical light pole fixtures and then transfer all of the push buttons, the signs onto an historical light stanchion then too, instead of a modern light stanchion, so it just looks all uniform? That's just my comments and thoughts as we go forward on there. Then too, you can bring that back to your committees. But I do support the scope in this moving forward because I think there's great benefit to the safety of the community in this location by doing so. Thank you, Tom, for bringing it forward. Excuse me if that was long.
Yeah, so I'll just add that, you know, I see that you're going at 2700 Kelvin, and I think that's significant and important. As you know, Matt, we have replaced all of the streetlights in town with LED fixtures that are set at 2700 Kelvin. And knowing the importance of consistent lighting for drivers so that you're not going light, dark. And as we get older, that happens much more slowly in our ability to adjust our eyes. So I really see this as a very important safety project because this is obviously a heavily used pedestrian area. As people go back and forth across the street, it's tough to see with the cars parked along who's coming out from the pedestrian sidewalks. So I support this. This is an historic district. Does it need to go for comment at ARB?
I believe it will.
Yeah, so I just wanted to note that as well. And then just ask how the number of fixtures, the one every 100 feet, that's determined, Matt? Is that determined by the light?
Yes, Matt, do you want to show the photovoltaic images just so we can?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that was
Better light
selected.
here to see that. Okay, good.
That was selected so that, you know, we had coverage.
Right. I wanted to see what that looked like.
So, and then this was the added fixtures going into the parking lot in the back. But that's the spacing was dictated by trying to maintain complete coverage at the sidewalk and shoulder.
Yeah, because the east of the entrance to the municipal parking lot is really dark because of the tree canopy. And, you know, Amagansett is thumping now. We've got a lot of new restaurants in there. And I know personally, I've had to take my phone out and use the flashlight on my phone to go from the parking lot to entrance to, say, Finney for pizza.
Just one other point to call out, because I was asked this, is, you know, why not use solar fixtures here? It's because of the tree canopies.
Yeah.
But just for those who...
Well, I'm supportive of the concept as well, and just thanks to Tom and to ACAC and the subcommittee and to Matt, of course, for the concept. Obviously, there's a little more work to do, but I'm supportive and really appreciate your efforts to make it happen.
All right, Matt, I think you got 5 minutes to spare. I know.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, guys. It's nice to see everybody.
All right, nice to see you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, take care.
Okay, so now we're going to transition. We've got our housing director here, Eric Shantz, to have a discussion about the community development block grant public hearing that we had a week or two ago. Welcome, Eric.
Hi, Eric Shantz, Director of Housing. I'm going to go through a brief presentation here, but as you say, this is what we do every year, a follow-up to the public hearing that was held recently, us reviewing the requests through Community Development Block Grant and making a recommendation to you to approve the project list, and then we'll work with the county. But I have a brief presentation. Let me just call it up on the screen.
Perfect. Thanks, Eric.
Your screen, hopefully you have.
Yeah, it is, and it's full screen. It's perfect.
Great. Yes, I have it. Okay. So just to give you a brief background, just about what community development block grants are. We went over this public hearing, but they're federal grants that come from HUD. They're given to Suffolk County and then dispersed to the local municipalities within the Suffolk County consortium. Of which we are a member. The rough budget every year, there's about $120,000 that's available. That money can be used for community development projects, which are for the benefit of low to moderate income households, prevention or elimination of blight, community needs that might come up from a particular emergency, and also ADA improvements and handicapped accessibility. The public services, which are separated from specific projects, are suggested to be limited to 15% of the total grant. That would mean out of $120,000, about $18,000. That can be used for basically any entity that provides a public service within those definitions and can be used for operating costs. Other than that, the community development block grants have to be used for specific, tangible, physical projects. But that 15% is a little bit negotiable. That's actually 15% out of the total money that an individual county gets. So if other municipalities within the county ask for less of a portion for public services, we can take advantage of that. And I'll get to that in a second because we are proposing to do that. So we received 5 requests this year. One of them was found ineligible. It was just too expensive of a project. There's a limitation of $200,000 for a project. If it exceeds that, it's ineligible for a community development block grant. But the 4 that we got that are eligible were Maureen's Haven, OLA, Windmill Village, and Whalebone Village. And I will give you a breakdown of those requests. So with Maureen's Haven, they are asking for $5,000 for under the public services umbrella, so it can be used for operating costs. They're specifically asking for money for their homeless outreach program. We have the past few years given them $5,000. We actually last year gave them a little bit more because we were able to, we had extra money left over from another project. But for the past few years, we've given them $5,000. We are proposing to give them the same amount this year and continue that support. OLA has asked for funding to support the administration of their family advocacy program, which provides assistance for families in need, dealing with homelessness, food shortage, transportation issues. They requested $15,000. We are recommending that that full amount be given to them, with the caveat that, as I said on a previous slide, if we get $120,000, that's only going to come to $18,000. Obviously, these 2 public services here, $5,000 and $15,000, would exceed that. So again, that's not a hard rule on the 15%. If you don't ask for it from the county, you can't get it. But a little caveat here that if we are limited to 18,000 total for public services, we will reduce that to 13,000, but we're going to ask for the full amount that was requested by OLA. Windmill Village is asking for, well, they didn't ask for a specific amount, but they're asking to basically continue something that they've been doing on a number of the units there, which is rehabbing the existing kitchens for ADA compliance. And just to update them, that facility was built in the mid-'80s, so a lot of the interior improvements need updating. We're recommending $50,000. That is in line with some of the other portions of the larger project of rehabbing all of the units at Windmill. We've given some money over the past few years for basically the identical project, and we've funded them similarly in that amount. Whalebone Village is asking for $50,000 for construction of an ADA compliant ramp and for kitchen cabinet replacements, basically the same thing that Windmill is asking for. We recommend granting them the full amount. Again, and we expect it to be $120,000 is available, we do have the money to give the full $50,000 to Whalebone that they requested, and then give $50,000 to Windmill Village. So just quickly, with both Windmill and Whalebone, they've already requested money through the Community Housing Fund, general projects application process. The town board's going to be reviewing and hearing the recommendations from the CHAB, the Housing Committee, soon. So you'll get more details on those then. But I just wanted to highlight that for you because you have both of these entities requesting money through CDBG and also requesting money through the Housing Fund. Windmill's asking for $338,000 in the form of a loan for soft costs for expansion of their facility. Whalebone's asking for $345,000 for extensive interior renovations and energy efficiency upgrades. So with Windmill, although their expansion project, again, they're asking for money through the Housing Fund for that. It may require relocation or removal of some of the housing units, so it could affect some of the units that they would do these kitchen upgrades on. However, that's to be determined. They would need site plan approval from the planning board. We're not sure at this point because they don't have a specific layout of what they want to do and what their expansion is going to look like. We're not sure whether or not that is actually going to displace any of the units. And, you know, the interiors of those units are in need of upgrade. So I don't see a direct conflict here, and we recommend continuing a process that we started a number of years ago of upgrading the interiors of those units. With Whalebone, the CHF request mostly includes interior renovations. And what they're asking for now is mainly most of the money would go to an exterior renovation. But also if there are interior, you know, they're also asking for, through CDBG, some money for some kitchen cabinet replacement, obviously interior changes. If money is given through CDBG, that may offset the need for some of the funding through the Housing Fund. So I don't see a conflict there, but I wanted to raise that for you just because you're getting multiple requests from these two entities through different funding sources. With the public services requests, both, which is Maureen's Haven and OLA, as I mentioned previously, would exceed the 15% recommended guideline. We're going to ask for $20,000 rather than $18,000. If we don't get the full $20,000, we'll reduce OLA's grant by $2,000 because we'll have to. And then I just wanted to give you a quick slide. This is some of the kitchen cabinet replacements that have been done in Windmill. You know, most of what you see here is just the fact that it looks a lot nicer, but really the warranting for these changes is just that if you open up the interior of those cabinets, you'd see that they need to be replaced. And also, although it doesn't really jump out at you here, some of the dimensions on these have been changed to make them ADA compliant and comply with universal design guidelines. So those are the requests that we've received. You know, the town board should have a discussion over whether or not you agree with those recommendations. We do have a quick turnaround here because December 1st or 22nd, I should say, is the guideline to get those recommendations to the county, and the town board's next and only meeting before then is Thursday. So we'll have a resolution ready for you in 2 days. We'll ask for the amount requested and work with the county to get everything that's requested here. Our early indication is that we will get that full dollar amount for every project as I laid it out, but we'll work on that. And then if the county does approve that, and whatever they do approve, we'll commence work on that later in 2025.
Can I ask a question? Have we gotten the 2024 money yet?
Yes, yeah.
So, which is early for them.
Yeah, they usually, that's why I say I didn't give you a time frame of when these would start in 2025, right, because usually they release the money for, this year, 2024, obviously we narrowed down the project list at the end of 2023. They're basically just releasing the money for those programs now. So, this is something we do every year. It's kind of a continuous process, but, I expect that the work for these projects, if all approved, will commence around this time next year.
Ian, did you want to start us off?
Yeah.
To the liaison to the housing
Of course. Eric, thank you very much. I think that this is a wonderful program. I agree with all of your recommendations, including the OLA and Maureen's Haven. If we can get that the full amount requested, I think that would be great. I think they're both good organizations and good causes. And if we don't, then reducing to 13,000, I think, is the appropriate thing to do for OLA. I was at Windmill Village, and I think it's important to realize that we get very excited about affordable housing and senior housing developments. But once they're up, they need to be maintained, and there's not always funding available because of the rent restrictions and such. And I went into an apartment, met a resident there, and it made a real impactful Tom was there with me. It made a real difference. There was true excitement and appreciation for it. So I'm very excited for the CHF funds and the opportunities that will allow for us. But I think that these types of, small maintenance projects make a big difference, and grateful for the funds. And Eric, thank you for administering the program. And like I said, I support all of the recommendations.
Great. Thank you.
Sure, no, I just echo Ian's comments. I think all are very valid uses of the money, and I think, meet community needs very well.
I agree.
I agree as well. We frequently talk about in our projects about community benefits and community resources, and this hits every single mark. I support.
Well done.
Yeah, and we do have homelessness in our community, so it's important that we continue to support Maureen's Haven, and I believe this is the first time OLA has come to us.
Yes.
For community development block grant money. I know the work that they do, they've been a great partner with the town, and I would imagine beginning in 2025, it's going to be a challenging year for the community. So you could have this resolution on for Thursday night. That would be great.
Yep, will do.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so now we are up to our, Jake Turner is here to review draft legislation for temporary storage of modular homes. Welcome, Jake. Is this your first presentation?
It is.
For the board? Well, there you go. Your inaugural presentation before the town board.
Good afternoon, Madam Supervisor, Town Board. I'm here today to talk about a code amendment, and in reality, it's to two sections of the town code. To begin with, we'll talk about why we're doing this. What we have is a situation where prefabricated homes are built out of state and then brought here to East Hampton. We've all seen them on the roads. They're huge. So trucks that come here have to come late at night or early in the morning when there is no traffic and they can navigate the George Washington Bridge. So the transporters bring them here. However, they just bring them here. Then we have to have our local builders pick them up from a location here and bring them to their ultimate site. The situation arises where they are brought to that first location by the transporter and then picked up by the builder. We often see that there's a large amount of time spent there. So what has happened in the past is during the midnight hours, either the transporter will park or drop these prefabricated homes in areas that are affecting our residential neighbors. And what we see is a lot of noise and other complaints where if they drop them in a parking lot, the prefabricated home stays there and takes up parking spots. So back in 2022, this board passed a resolution authorizing the town ordinance enforcement department to come up with a policy to regulate this. They did that. However, now what we need to do is create some teeth to this. So in our code, we've established two things. First, we have explicitly put forth a code amendment that allows the ordinance enforcement department to give permits. Second, we have said under the zoning code that these prefabricated homes cannot be in a location without the necessary permit, either from the building department or ordinance enforcement. And we've created some teeth to that now, where anybody who does this is subject to a summons from ordinance or building. That's what I have.
So we're codifying a policy.
We are codifying a policy, one, and then two, we're putting teeth to that to say, if you don't have the necessary permit, then you're subject to town justice court.
And the other piece is that it's for short-term storage of modular units, which is what we're used to, but we've also expanded to and/or their components. So if it's not actually, a house, but it's pieces of the construction, because they're going to be putting it together on site, that gets covered as well.
Correct. We see trusses or other half houses.
Right.
So it does not have to be a whole house. It can be the components thereof.
So
I'm supportive of it. I remember the policy. I remember the conflicts that we were having. I think Kevin Cooper and his staff be able to take this on initially on there then too, because we were seeing those conflicts without any permitting framework on there at that time then too. So to make sure we have adjudication of that for individuals that might see their way around this then too, I thank you for taking a deeper look at it then too.
And I think we've also found areas where it works better than others, right? We've used Cherry King Ballfield parking lot, Atlantic Beach. Where we're having some issues is we've gotten some complaints is over by 3 Mile Harbor that it backs into residential properties, and when the components arrive at 3 o'clock in the morning, homeowners haven't been able to get back to sleep, and we've gotten some complaints. So I think Kevin's been great at figuring where the best places to store these units are temporarily.
And also the temporary storage, I remember per last discussion, they have to be a certain distance away from each other, and also can only be a certain distance away from, I believe, from fire stanchions also too. So I know Dave Brown, Chief Fire Marshal, was also involved in that initially then too. So, but again, making sure that there's the teeth to adjudicate this when there's someone that's not in compliance, I think is important, and it's nice to be there. So thank you.
Jake, sorry, and I should know this, but what is there a fee for the permit? And if so, what is it?
Is $100 pursuant to the town board resolution, and the fee is established by this board. So if the board ever feels as though it's necessary to change that fee, you can do so.
Okay.
I'm supportive as well. I mean, in a changing world, there's things that come up that we might not have anticipated at one time, and this is one of them. And I commend everybody who worked on this for trying to find sort of a global solution instead of on a case-by-case basis. So I'm fully supportive of everything you presented.
So Jake, could you put this on for, notice it for public hearing Thursday night, and we could hear it, I think it's December 5th?
Certainly.
That would be great. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done for your first time. Okay, so we are at our last discussion topic, and that is the zoning code amendments after hearing discussion. So Kate, did you want to
Yes, I'll
lead us off?
I'll just kick us off. So we had a public hearing on November 7th on proposed changes to the to 255 zoning. These changes had been presented to the town board numerous times, and we sought input from members of the community. There are a number of members of the Zoning Code Amendment Work Group here in the room, and Jameson will walk us through these at the podium, and Charlie Collins, Kevin Cooper, and Tyler Borsak are here for any questions of the board, and also Joe Palermo couldn't be in the room, but we can get to him and ask him a question via technology, which is a good thing, if there are any there. I'll just start out by saying the work group was formed to address inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan in the zoning code. That request has come across many areas of our desks, from residents to folks working in the field, and from staff members to clarify some of the codes that are already existing, and to address type development that we see that is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. These exemptions that are allowing this development currently in our code, we call them the loopholes. The process by which we identified these came about from a lengthy investigation into what we call the dimensional formula, which sets a house size by lot size. So while the committee spent time collecting data, etc., on looking at the formula, what we came to realize is that we needed to take a look at the exemptions first that allow construction to be way outside of the formula of the code and how that's happening. So that's how these amendments came about. I think I've done too much talking on them. So I created a little worksheet that I've distributed to the board that just numbers each code amendment. Jameson, I have another copy of that.
Yes,
if you
thank
have it
you.
downstairs.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, I got it right here. There you go. Yeah, there we go. So without further discussion, just one more thing. I want to frame this conversation. We had tremendous, and Jameson, maybe you want to go through those numbers as well for board members. We had tremendous community engagement on this topic across the board. We have the numbers of comments and of comments received via email for the record. During the record time, the board wisely let the record open 1 week for more comments from anybody that wished to comment. And I just want to take the conversation out of the idea that there is a group, right, who is commonly called this word developers, that is causing this type of development to happen in the town. And I want to stop that idea that there is this kind of this group in the community versus this group in the community. It's not really pertinent to what we have in front of us. Who is responsible for the zoning codes is us here, sitting in these seats. It's not somebody doing something to any members of the community. And that's why we're sitting here reviewing these today, because we're the responsible party for how construction, development, and compliance with the comprehensive plan happens in our community. So I wanted to take this idea that I hear in the community of kind of them and us and them and us, and lay the responsibility where it lies. And with that, we could walk through the amendments. How I have it for folks listening is I just have every amendment numbered. And we can walk through them as a board, decide on them one by one, or wait to the end, however you'd like to do that, Kathy, in organization. So Jameson, we'll start with number one.
Can I just add on to what Councilmember Rogers just said? Is that, so I read through all the 31 speakers we had that day. Well done, Kathy. I'm guessing the exact right number, but also all the letters that came in, they came in for all different hamlets. They came in from all different viewpoints. They came in from all different ages on there then too, but the tone of them were all cordial, and the tone of them were all giving factual opinions on there to betterment of of an underlying issue that we see that we need to be potentially worked on. That cordialness is something that I believe is very important to this process that we're having here right now, because it gets everyone's point across, and it does a good service to the legislation, the decision makers here, and I appreciate that tremendously. I've read through them all on my flights recently this weekend, and it was great to have. And again, to agree to disagree is good. I think I stated that even a year ago when we took this on, Councilmember Rogers started moving this forward. I might not agree with everything, but what I do agree with is the way that individuals' tenor and tone on their opinions, it makes it very much more useful. So I thank you to the general public for that input that you gave to us during the public comment period, because that's what is important, as Tom mentioned, in the procedures of government.
Thank you, David.
Hi, everyone. Jamison McWilliams. Oh, thank you. From the town attorney's office. I was going to say, based on the discussion of the numbers, Nick, my friend Nick Cortesitas from my office, he was just tallying everything for us. We did not yet have 31 total speakers. That's what he was watching the meeting downstairs again. So yes, he got that right. There were 31 speakers. He did also review the public hearing file. There were 59 written comments from the public. There were a couple of documents that were submitted from the zoning code work group at various points, which you are all aware of. He did also, to the best of his ability, because we know some of the comments were mixed. There were some that were in total support, some in total opposition, but what he came up with were 46 in support of the proposed changes as written, 5 definitely totally against, 6 that were mixed, and 2 that said, quote, does not go far enough, which I think we also heard sort of verbally. He broke it down also from the 31. 21 for, 3 against, 6 mixed, 1 that does not go far enough. So that was a fun project for him, and now he really knows the record also. Okay, so I have a copy, as you know, of the notice of public hearing, which is the document we've all been working off of that has the proposed language. So at the bottom of page 1, numbered as 1, is the definition of accessory building or structure. So I don't know do you want me to just introduce that? Do you want me to go through the language, or do you want?
I think we just could say that this is building on clarifying code language. So there are certain amendments that are in front of us where to clarify some language in the code, and that came from, again, much of this comes from staff and from the other members on the group who are also on the zoning board, and one former zoning board member who works in a local he just retired in a local architecture firm. But we noticed some sections of the code that needed specific clarification. So that's, I would term this number 1 as one of those.
Yes.
So we're striking a particular word, the word main, when we're talking about a building or a structure, and adding in the idea of a principal structure, and that's for clarification in the code. And Jameson, the next sentence that
so this is proposed new language, but it actually gets to clarifying the misunderstanding of how attached and detached garages were formally counted or not counted. So this is just stating in no uncertain terms that this term shall not include a private garage attached to a principal structure. So this is getting to the concept of what some people thought was an interpretation of the chief building inspector, but it helps to be in writing. But also, if we are going to exempt that 600 square feet but count the remainder, it makes sense to just call that a portion of the principal structure and not an accessory building or structure. So just to clarify that point.
So I think it's easier if we do them one at a time.
Yeah,
everybody's in support of that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, number 2, artist studio. This was 100% just clearing up what has already been policy. I would have to look back, but I think it's possible this was also code just moved somewhere else, that we knew that artist studios, and you all know this, that they are allowed plumbing facilities, but it's only sinks. So since we were looking at definitions, we threw that in there to clean it up.
Got it. That's a cleanup. Everybody good with that?
Yeah, one question. It came up in a public comment that there's only one sink allowed. Is that true?
You know, that's,
If it is true, I just want consistency.
you know, I think, let me see if I can quickly find if I
We don't have to find it
in this.
now, but that's my only
I think
comment.
I read somewhere sink or sinks. That may have been removed from somewhere else, and so I just wrote sinks.
As long as it matches whatever,
It-
if it's only one sink, then this should say sink, and if it's
Yes.
multiple, then I'm fine with it.
Before we do the post-hearing, I can get you that, because if I had John Jelnicki, he would know off the top.
I will just say one thing on this. I mean, I see where we're going with this and it's fine, but from just the feedback I'd say that's come from the Arts Council as a whole is, you know, these restrictions we have in artist studios, are they fair? Are they realistic? So not allowing to have a toilet in the facility such as that means that, say you're working, you have to walk back to your main building to use the bathroom. Like, so I just kind of want to voice that. I'm okay with this as it is, but I do think artist studios in the future is just something we might want to have a deeper conversation on as a whole. So that's just feedback from that council.
I agree with you. I've made that exact point as someone that's always running to the restroom here in the building. But I think for the sake of this discussion, we can add it to our,
We didn't
next-
hear that.
Right, we didn't hear.
A couple of comments on that, and just to, you know, I heard that as well. I think the important part is that no kitchen facility or bathing facility, but I would be open to a toilet as well, but support this as is.
Okay. 3 is reversing what was the existing definition, and it was called a cellar. So switching it to being called a basement. I think digging into this history a little bit, it looks like that actually had already been reversed once before. It was basement and they changed it to cellar and now it's back to basement. Some version of that, but maybe not with this exact definition. We discussed, or the group discussed, and I kind of observed the discussion and tended to agree that the name cellar is not as commonly used, and it sometimes conjures up a different understanding of what a cellar, like a root cellar versus like what we're talking about, a basement. So that was the change in the name. But we also then, this, as you guys know, so the underlined is proposed additional language. So we were proposing to add here this concept of the adjacent exterior grade in addition to natural grade, in understanding that, you know, in properties where the grade has already been manipulated, that we need another value to look at besides, you know, an undisturbed number that no longer exists. And then...
And we wanted to note that this is for residential.
That's right. So yes, this is not a color copy, but I knew that because I see that added here. So, and then one thing that came out of the public hearing discussion concerns, which the group quickly kind of thought about and responded to, was the thought that this was not contemplated to be applied to commercial basements. So that's a note on here so that the board is aware that the intent was always to apply to residential. So what we didn't come up with yet, but if, depending on how the board lands on all of this, if it's necessary, we can do a very simple, you know, addition, whether it would be just that word residential next to basements in terms of a post-hearing resolution.
So let's stop there. Or the board comfortable with the definition for a residential basement, the way it's drafted and was heard?
With the language residential, yes. Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
Me too. The only thing that I'll say here is that I mean, in this case, I think it's fairly straightforward, but the precise wording here is really important. So I think we need to say, like, residential has to be placed in that paragraph. And again, I think that's simple, but as we go through this, I think there's cases where the nuance is going to be, you know, important that we get that right.
Well, I think one thing I asked Rob about this, it could be also in the title, like basement, comma, residential.
Yes.
Do you like that?
Yeah, I think that makes it very clear.
Okay.
I like it when it's in the title.
Great.
Everybody agree?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I don't know if you want to skip these two for the moment because they deal with if we're in consensus with the another issue on basements, 4 and 5. Okay. They only are pertinent depending on how the board, if they're not pertinent, we'll just strike them. Okay. And if they are, we'll keep them.
All right, so you want to move on to
So, yeah,
7.
let's just table 4 and 5. 6 is just a basic.
Yeah, right, 6, if we're good with 3, then 6 is just cleaning up the opposite, because that also exists in the code. 7 is the definition of gross floor area. This was, this is a tricky one to wade through and clean up, but you'll see the proposed changes. The first subparagraph A, the easy part was just striking cellar, since we were removing that. I am also now thinking, though, that this will also depend on how the board comes out on the concept of finished basement space. If we may have to add.
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Yes.
So in the past, what's in the code right now is for all habitable. So again, this is always a contention of what's habitable, what's not habitable. These discussions go on and on. So we just, gross floor area for all buildings. The gross floor area shall be, and that's just, again, cleaning up the code language. The gross area shall be, so before that wasn't in there, it just said habitable, the cumulative area, just to make it more, this is another clear up. The gross floor area shall be the cumulative area. This definition hasn't changed in any way, with the exception that we took out the word cellar because we're removing it from the code, so it's not appropriate for it to be there. Then, Jameson, if you just want to go to the last strikeout.
Right, so that was just removed from A and made its own subsection.
So again, this is cleanup, and this came from people who are working with the code saying, "Oh, it's not clear," and it also has comments from people who work in the industry that this definition needs to be simplified and just made more clear.
Right.
So that's why these changes were made to that part.
And then the same was with B. B, we just removed to make this sort of more readable, but the context of it.
It's spelled out more clearly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Some of this actually we also removed from the definition, so that measured to the outside walls. There's another section of the code specifically about accessory buildings, so that was moved there.
Just one point of clarification. So the part that was with the strike through in A, will those porches then be counted in GFA, or is this accounted for someplace else in a different way?
Yeah, no, that's accounted for in a different place.
It's in B, is it not?
It is in B.
Yeah. So we talk about the porches, roof patios.
B1.
B1, yes. And it's just to make this, instead of a run-on sentence, kind of break it up into two sentences.
And then also, because you'll see B2 got to basements. And so since we were proposing a change to that, what basically the thought was it's the sort of general principle, or how it's measured, right? And then B is for all other structures, including the porches, the roof patios. And then for principal structures, porches and roof patios attached thereto shall not be included in the gross floor area calculation. So that is not a change. That's just a relocation. For accessory structures, this is a change, right? This was one of the proposed changes that, and this, because I did sit through these discussions, this was raised at least in part from Joe Palermo, the chief building inspector in particular, that there were a lot of trends towards these accessory structure sort of compounds. And so
under one roof.
under one roof.
So
Or
you've had accessory structure here, accessory structure here, you can have an accessory structure here, and then instead of them having their own smaller roofs,
right,
you have one roof that masses over all of it, and that had to do with mass and scale.
right. So we wanted to be clear that for accessory structures, porches and roof patios attached thereto shall be included. So that if it's the pool house and you have 200 square feet, you have to play with that. If you want a porch or a roof patio, that's all inclusive. If it's the other types of accessory structures that can go up to 600 square feet, the same thing applies.
Okay, so let's stop here. So B1, where we've just moved from another, earlier in that section of the code. Does everybody support B1?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so now B2.
I wouldn't mind discussing B2 when we discuss 10 at pool house.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't mind.
So we'll table this to pool house?
Yes.
Someone keeping notes about that?
Yes.
Okay. Table to pool house. Okey doke.
Okay, so C it was existing already. However, excuse me, this is also a change where you see that 5 is removed and replaced with 10. So this is similar in concept that we just described, although those roofed under one structure is more of an egregious sort of attempt at a workaround. Here, we always had in the code that if you had accessory structures that were less than 5 feet from each other, then the square footage of that accessory structure is the aggregate of any of those structures that are within 5 feet. Because again, the thought was, if they're that close and you're using them sort of as one, it's a loophole in getting more space of your accessory structures.
And again, that's mass and scale.
It's mass and scale. So the proposal was to 5 feet didn't really seem to have a demonstrable effect visually is what the committee thought. So increasing it to 10 is, is breaking up the mass.
It's a bit of air and light in between the structures.
So let's stop there. Where do board members land on this?
I'm supportive.
Okay.
I'm also supportive of it because what happens is when you use an accessory structure, the accessory structure setbacks, either to rear yard or side yard right now are more lenient than the principal structure setbacks. And when you're starting to go with multiple accessory structures on a property, as it's currently stated, which can be up to 600 square feet each, and then you can mass over, as we're discussing, only 5 feet away, which I think comes down to the uniform safety code or fire code on there. They have the structures have to be 5 feet apart on there then too. In a location on the site which has a lesser setback, you are producing a greater amount of mass and pressing that conflict onto a potential neighbor then too. I'll go a little bit later talking about massing on it because I think this comes down to one of my root issues of this discussion. It's by having these 10 feet apart, I'm supportive of that then too. I think, it's more appropriate. I would also then, in the end, like to look at potentially later on setbacks for accessory structures and then also lot coverages, but that's at a different discussion then too.
Yeah, we felt like you can't turn too many dials at one time, both for the people working in the industry and the people working in the field as well.
Yes.
Too much at one time makes it really unwieldy.
No, I think this kind of sets the foundation for what the GFA discussion will then become in some ways, because these will be the case studies we'll refer back to saying, well, we landed here on this, hence, it will be a factor in GFA calculations.
Great.
This one I do have a question on. I don't have very strong opinions, but I do think that forcing, a 10-foot, and I understand the 5-foot was based on fire code, state fire code.
I think that, those state fire code it has to at least be, or because
Right.
the fire could jump from.
So I don't know in terms of mass and scale if it's worse to separate things and make them sprawl, if that's going to have a more intense visual impact and push it more towards the neighboring lot line. I don't know if this is achieving the intended goal of reducing mass and scale. To me, the GFA conversation is the one that we have, or coverage conversation that would, strike right at the heart of that. And I do think it should be part of this conversation. So I'm a little mixed on this one, frankly, and I don't I just don't know what it's going to achieve.
So just to be clear, the formula is about principal structures, so we would have to have a different discussion
Well, that's why I said coverage too.
about accessory structures, GFA, if that.
Well, it would be just coverage, yeah.
Okay, so I'm comfortable with the proposed 10 feet, so I think we 4-1, so, for those keeping score at home.
D is, I'm trying to, I know,
is the garage.
I know what it says. I'm just trying to make sure that if this was was this a move?
This is to codify an interpretation.
Yeah. Well, interesting you say that, but we can, so yes, this is, proposing that if the garage is attached, and actually I wrote one or more because we don't have a limitation on garages, but if you have a garage space, 600 square feet of it,
this is for attached garage only.
yeah, 600 square feet would be allowed, and anything additional would count towards the gross floor area calculation of the principal structure. Clearly, the basis for that 600 square feet is that if it is detached, you are allowed up to 600 square feet for a detached garage.
Okay, stop there. Board members. Are board members comfortable with counting with attached garages that over 600 square feet get counted as part of the GFA?
Yes. I am also. I think at 600 square feet, it's. I think some of this language here is it's easier to enforce. It's easier to design and plan for when things aren't being interpreted when it's in the code. It's easier for the property owners, the applicants, the industry, the town board members, and the compliance factors of it than to have it written into the code right now. In this section right here, I think it's 600 square feet is reasonable. I think it's actually even generous potentially when you have a 2-car garage on it then too. So yes, I'm okay with 600 square feet being the number. We shall not be included and include anything else greater than the gross floor area. Yes.
Okay. Ian?
Yeah, I can be supportive of this, and I think that this particular issue is why it's important to revise the code, because I think everything I've heard from the community is that at one time, the interpretation of the code was that, garages were counted as part of the principal structure going back, many years ago. So in some ways, by that interpretation, this is actually allowing for more massing. I'm okay with it, but I think it points to why it's so important what the specific words say and to make sure that we're clear. It's not just about, I'm for, some change or not. The way we word that is so important because this particular issue was at one time interpreted as garages count, and then it wasn't. And clearly you can't have an infinite garage that doesn't count towards GFA. So I could support this exemption. I just wanted to point that out.
And I'm in agreement as well. So that's unanimous. Mm-hmm. Okay. E. BE.
E is the finished basement portion of the GFA definition. So this is the proposal that using the 600 square foot number, if you have a finished portion of the basement, you would get 600 square feet exempt, and anything that is finished over that 600 would count at 50% towards the GFA of the principal structure.
Right, and this is for residential only?
This is for residential.
Okay, so who wants to start this discussion?
Sure, I'll go off. I'm not in favor of this change personally. I think that, I understand what it's trying to achieve. I don't think it's going to achieve said goals. I think basements, energy-wise are going to be partially finished irrespective. Once they're built, they're built. So you're either choosing a slab or you're choosing to have kind of a deeper basement. If you're going to have a deeper basement, how you use that's on you as a homeowner from my perspective. The environmental side of like there's bedrooms down there, et cetera. So have it be finished, have it be safe. I would prefer to kind of see that kind of line of reasoning on this. So I personally not supporting this one.
Ian?
Yeah,
Nice, yeah.
no, that's a serious conversation. There's nothing funny. I agree with Tom. I think that, well, wait, first of all, I think it's important. I think that this is a reasonable compromise. I think it's reasonable to have something that's exempt and then recognize the rest of it. I don't think it's, a crazy idea. However, after hearing from the public, and focusing on what the issue really is, which I think largely people think houses are too big out here. And frankly, there was agreement across all groups on that. I think the proper way to address that is at the GFA formula. And I've said this from, I think, the very first conversation we had. I don't want to slow roll this. I think changes should happen. I just think that we would be more effective to go right at the heart of the issue and not do this first. So, in that conversation, maybe we would bring this back up, but I agree with Tom. I think that if you have an empty space down there, it's already there. How you use it is less important.
So for myself, I think I have to go back to genesis of this conversation and what some of the main goals we're seeing. To me right now is the main goal for me right now is to continue to maintain and preserve as much of the character of our community as possible right now. I think what we see here is different neighborhoods have different values on it, either built in through development from 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 30 years ago then too. They go into half-acre zone or quarter-acre zoning, commercial. You even have places that have some resort zoning into it. Ditch Plains is different than Springs and Tiffany Estates where I live, and too. That's the subdivision on it. Sounds like pricey. It's getting that way, but it was a place where families could live. It's different than Northwest Woods where you have 5-acre zoning up there and used to be a lot of farmland on there. It's different than Wainscott where you have large tracts of land. It's also different than the lanes, which a lot of times were dairy farms, and then it's different than the dunes. All these areas in our township, Lazy Point even, that have developed over time in different ways through different boards, through different types of development on there, but they all have their own little fiefdoms, if you want to say it, but their own little quirkiness to it that makes them neighborhoods into the greater community. So how do we try to maintain each one of these neighborhoods and preserve it for that character of the community, which is something that we've used in the zoning board so many times, and we hear right now. The one thing that I've heard from all of the majority of the speakers, and I feel tremendous about, is what's happening right now is the massing of development in these locations now, and new development on new structures has not been harmonious to orderly growth. And orderly growth is what we have to look at as far as the comprehensive plan. And it's happening in every single neighborhood that I just mentioned. That to me is what's troublesome here. That to me is what I'm looking to try to work on here and focus into. So excuse me, it's going to take a little bit as I... my 3 minutes being up. Okay, I'm out.
That's well timed, Mr.
Well timed.
Sorry.
The massing above ground is my main concern to the orderly growth right now. I requested to look at how can we take away or use GFA from a basement into the massing that would come above ground. I went through, I listened, and I also, my own calculations. If you are on a quarter-acre property and you can right now currently have 2,600 square feet of GFA, hypothetically you have 2 boxes of 1,300 over 1,300, you might have a 1,300-foot basement. You take away what a mechanical space of 150 feet across the board, 375 feet potentially would go to overall GFA. If you have a half acre on those same formula stats on there, 525 square feet will go to overall GFA. Then to under this draft, 1 acre might be up to 1,000 square feet, 125 of GFA, and then 3 acres could be a lot more, nearly 2,000 on there. It also comes down to how individuals that would be at the town or the town board past my tenure on here will be reviewing this on there then too. And I think it might be simpler. I think I've come to the conclusion it's simpler right now to go and do this within the formula on there right now. I believe we have to take a deep look at taking points off of the formula right now. Last time this was done is 2017, when it went from 12 points to 10 points, but then went from 1,000 to 600. I think those allotments and the 1,000 to 1,600 were too much at that time. I'm in favor of decreasing both of those right now to get to a point where I can know that will have an effect of above ground massing. There's two ways to do it. If it was going to be a little bit of the, maybe in three ways with the basements, or we just go with the overall GFA on the calculation. I think that's going to be the appropriate technique that I would like to explore immediately. Not waiting months, but like the next work session on there, immediately looking at that right now as a cleaner effect to get to what my overall goal on this discussion, I look at you just because you're my overall discussion right now is to decrease the amount of massing above ground substantially right now. And substantially, I can quantify that as I drive through these neighborhoods and say, I know enough to say that right there is a 4,000 square foot house. If I took off now 300 square feet of that, I can quantify what that's going to look like right now. And I think you can still be developable on there. So personally, I would be in favor of not moving forward with E on here, but looking forward to bringing back substantial reductions within the formula in an immediate fashion, if you don't mind me saying that, Madam Supervisor.
No, so David, just to answer some of your things, the goal is to bring the formula back immediately, and that means immediately. I appreciate what two board members have said so far. The issue, there's a couple of issues here that I just want to bring back to the conversation. One is in our comprehensive plan, mass and scaling, yes, but it's not the only issue anymore. We have to look at what our impacts are to our groundwater. We have to look at impacts of removing all the soils that then leave the property and I don't even know where they go, or and the impacts that has. So what if I may speak for the zoning code amendment group, is this is an idea of, we've proposed a number of code changes here. We identified and we showed folks that we're seeing houses now that are 3 stories out of the ground because of the allowable grade changes, which if we handle that, will impact that 3rd story and the massing of the basements. So this is kind of like a look at saying, well, if we're going to allow the grading, and if we're going to allow the other ability to go way outside your foundation and create these massive underground structures that properly go to property line and do have impacts, consumption, other impacts that we are bound to look at besides mass and scaling, which is what it looked like in 2005 before we put all of these other codes in. And the idea is, when you, again, as I framed this in the beginning, when we have done extensive work on the formula, which is why we can return it around so quickly, we have so much data. We talked about it for quite some time, but the idea that if you're only allowed, say, 3,600 square foot on a half acre, and somehow the structure is being marketed, priced, and you can see it, whether it's from the front of the structure or from the back of the structure, it doesn't matter. You're impacting the neighbors behind them with this 3-story tall structure besides the environmental impacts. So the idea is, if we're going to go to the formula, if we're going to agree that we should limit the size of the basements, and you keep talking about above ground, but I just want to emphasize that below ground is important as well.
I agree with that.
Then, if we're going to uphold the other codes, the proposals that we've covered, we're going to have consensus on that, then I can tell you right now that for me, this discussion, I agree, can be moved to the formula discussion if needed then at all. What we're trying to take a look at is the ways that the formula is being ignored. And to have 4,500 square foot basements on a 2,500 square foot first floor footprint is what we identified. And we gave multiple examples of that. But, you know, I'm speaking before you speak, but I just want to say that for me, if we can physically control what's happening below ground and make that more compliant with the comprehensive plan and not a loophole to be exploited, then I can see that this should be moved to the formula discussion.
100% agree with you there.
So if I may, so I had brought this up too at the September 10th work session, that I thought that the basement discussion and the formula should be discussed because they go hand in hand. And what I'd like to do is just cite two examples and illustrate what my logic is as to why I don't want to count basements in the GFA calculation. The first is, let's just say I have a small lot and I want to build a 3,000 square foot house with a 2-car garage that's attached, and I've maxed out my GFA. And a couple of years go by, so the foundation, there's 1,500 square foot in the basement. I'm tired of hearing NFL Sunday day in, you know, from 8:30 in the morning till midnight, and I decide, okay, we're going to finish the basement. But I'm already maxed in GFA, so I can only develop 600 square feet. So I decide to go hire an attorney, go to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and let's just say, for argument's sake, they deny the variance for me to put in it. Because I really want to if I'm going to develop to finish the basement, I want to do 1,000 square feet of my 1,500. So I then go to the state Supreme Court. I file an Article 78. I go to state Supreme Court, and I have to say, from my perspective, chances are the judge is going to rule the hole is in the ground. You're looking to just finish the basement, and I'm going to get, you know, the town is going to be, ZBA is going to be overruled, and I'm going to be able to finish my basement. And then where does that stand for everybody else that, you know, wants to finish their basement? Another scenario could be, I can't afford an attorney. I realize I'm not going to get a building permit to do my 1,000 square foot basement. So I hire someone who's a master of all trades, and I'm naive enough to know that, not to know that there's licensed contractors in the town of East Hampton. I bring someone in, and the basement gets finished without the permits, right? Without the electrical inspections and whatnot. And my kids are down there, they're playing video games, they're playing the drums, the treadmill's down there. And you know what, when they have sleepovers, we decide, you know, we don't want to be kept up all night. Let the kids on their sleepovers stay in the basement. And it's a safety issue for me. So I'm not comfortable counting GFA. And I think, and Kate and I have had this discussion, we're going to ask for a presentation from the Zoning Code Amendments Group at our next work session on December 3rd, so we can start that conversation on gross floor area.
Can I just say one more thing about this? I maybe was not articulate when I first spoke, but I think that the fact we're talking about this, and it's not a crazy idea to talk about counting basements, and I think that led to, you know, people saying, let's talk about upstairs. And so I think that this is part of healthy conversation, and I think had we not tried to attack it in this one way, perhaps we wouldn't be so unanimous in wanting to talk about GFA upstairs. So I think it's a productive process.
Yes, thank you. And again, I just will go back to the fact that the process was do the updated COs, find out what's on the property. We have no idea what people had on their properties prior to passing that code. And then we had to redo the purposes of zoning. That was mandatory, is that they did not reflect what they needed to reflect in the comprehensive plans. Then we are seeking now to close loopholes that are being exploited in the code, so that when we have that GFA formula conversation, which is so essential, that we know that whatever is decided here and in the community on what a proper GFA scale is, that's what's going to be built primarily. That it's not, that there aren't ways to totally get around that code by some folks. Mm-hmm. And I'll also say, Kathy, very important what you're talking about, whether it's this code or another code, when folks thinks about, you know, kind of being told that they can ignore our codes are written
for safety, primarily, besides taking into a comprehensive plan. So if you do think, hey, I'm just gonna throw a couple couches down there or beds into a basement and not think about whether I should have proper egress, lighting, safety, I think that you're taking a risk that is not worth it. To avoid going in for a building permit and doing the right thing. So I hope everyone, whatever their need is triggered by, to ignore the building permit and the inspections for safety, to please reconsider the real cost of what that may be.
And I'm sure, Tom, you've been in situations as a volunteer fireman where...
I hear basement fires are not fun no matter what.
No matter what the situation. And look, the more intensive use of the basements, I mean, like, the more we need to ensure that things are to code to avoid those kind of disasters. I think that's key. And, helping people do that in a safe way is the right way forward. I agree with your comments too about the just adhering to the code as a whole. It's about safety. It's about your personal safety, your personal well-being. Like we truthfully, there's some things we can enforce, some things we can't. But at the end of the day, we're trying to help you stay safe.
Okay, so now we're moving on to garage private.
That's a definition. That's a clarification of definition.
Yep, that missed a number, but that is 7A, let's say.
Everybody, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's just adding the portion of the principal building or structure, just keeping that concept throughout, that you can have a private garage that would be considered not just an accessory
So we just
building.
added that one simple part of the language to clarify what we're talking about when we talk about private garage versus having a garage that's not private on your property.
I support.
Good?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, number 8 is adjacent exterior grade. So this is a new definition. And you already all know sort of the basis for requiring the definition here is in contemplation of changing the way that height is measured. But the proposed definition is the surface elevation of the land directly next to a structure after the construction of such structure. That was sort of developed language-wise based on, which is not included in here because we weren't proposing a definitional change, but we have natural ground elevation defined.
Grade.
Natural grade using similar terms. And then this to capture the distinction between pre and post construction.
So prior to this proposal, the definition for natural grade is a measurement taken prior to construction. And then there's nothing to measure or to regulate that, again, digging down of all the soils to create structures. It doesn't count towards story. So when folks say, how can this 3-story house exist when the code only allows 2 stories? It is because of the problems with distinguishing what's natural grade, which is just undisturbed property taken before construction or before renovation, what's existing, and then allowing the digging out of grade to accommodate a story that is not meant to be allowed under 2-story law.
I'm supportive. The only thing I potentially think you just might want to consider adding is that, we referenced later on under point 20 on basements that the footprint of the basement, the egress shall not exceed 300 square feet. This, just making that clear, this does not include egress.
That comes next in 9, but
Okay.
we can add it also to 8.
Yeah.
So if you look at 9, we added the height of any code compliant egress shall not be included in the measurement.
Right.
So that's when we're calling out what we're considering adjacent grade, but then in the next definition, it exempts any type of code compliant egress.
I think having it with both is like maybe overkill, but it makes it very clear.
Okay. Everybody?
I'm supportive. I think it's a long time coming to get this definition in there then too, because I think that's one of the major situations we're starting to see here on there then too. So yes, I am.
Okay. And this is for 8 and 9 we're talking, right?
Well, let's do 8 first because we didn't talk about 9. I just wanted to mention that it's in 9.
Yeah, I'm supportive of 8 for sure. In fact, I think that's why this exercise is so important, because I think everybody saw de facto 3-story houses and said this shouldn't be.
Right.
So we have to clarify. And to me, this gets at the heart of the biggest problem, the basement issue, which is the visual impact. And so I wholeheartedly support it. And I think to the credit of many people in the public, from architects, builders, all sorts of people, most people recognize this as an issue that needed to be corrected. So I commend you for bringing it up.
Manipulation of the land right now, something I don't think we could think was going to happen as much 20, 30 years ago right now. And that manipulation of the land, unfortunately, then too, erodes a lot of the things that the land provides to us. And besides then just also the allowances for greater design and greater use of what's going to be subsurface, it's something that this allows me to be softer on than be on E from above. So.
Okay. So we're good with 8.
Yep.
So we're moving on to 9.
Yeah, so 9, we sort of connected the dots already, but so 9 is more of a expansion of using the definition in 8. The definition of height of structure or building, we're adding this concept of the vertical distance measured not only now from natural grade or the adjacent exterior grade to the highest point of the highest finished roof or roof railing system, regardless of material, whichever is greater. So we're kind of attacking 2 things there. The roof railing system, regardless of material, is that glass enclosure loophole that was based on an interpretation of a former building inspector that would not count. We wanted to make sure that any roof railing system, the height of the structure then is from the top of any railing to the bottom. But again, formerly it only said natural ground elevation, so we're changing it to the natural ground or the adjacent exterior grade. So if that has been dug out, you have to take that into account to measure the overall height. Again, based on some feedback and to Tom's point and concern, we would like to add something like this. This is just sort of the concept. It's not the specific language. Unless you're fine with this language, the height of any code compliant egress shall not be included in this measurement. So that if you have the basement, you have the code compliant egress. What we're not trying to say is you're standing at the bottom of that egress, and that's not where the measurement is taken from for height.
Yeah, that's not the measurement.
It's the ground around the rest of the whole house. All right.
I support.
Tom?
Yep.
Ian?
Yeah, I'm supportive as well. Again, we're gonna have to integrate those words into the, code in a specific way.
Yeah. So that's unanimous. 10, pool house?
Okay, pool house. Pool house was not defined in the code. What I did after looking at these codes for a while was think, I need to sort of put together conceptually all of the places where we refer to a pool house and try to come up with a definition. So this was all new. We know that it's an accessory building or structure, because that was a little bit of a nuance. Customarily incidental to a pool or spa use, and which internal plumbing is allowed. That's one of the differences, right? You are allowed a bathroom. A pool house cannot exceed 200 square feet in gross floor area. That's also moved from other places in the code that already existed. This is back to, this was a new, this part is new. And porches, roofed patios, and other structures attached thereto. So this is identical language to what we discussed earlier, which was what we added based on the feedback from Joe. So those structures shall be included in the gross floor area calculation for such structure.
So again, just to reframe, 1, we never had a definition for pool house, and that is limited in size to 200 square foot. Well, it all developed, as people didn't have pool houses in the past. Their house was the pool house. But now as these things develop, we're just, the code is a living document, so we're just upping that. And then so that's 1. And then there's the new the concept that was proposed by Joe Palermo, Chief Building Inspector, and Kevin Cooper. From what they saw out in the field.
Yes, and so we don't have to decide this now either, but if my notes are correct, that was part of what we tabled earlier.
Yes, B2.
B2 of the gross floor area definition.
Who wants to start here?
Well, I will, I guess. I think another thing came up in the course of public comment, which was we should limit it to 1 pool house. You shouldn't be allowed to have as many of these as you want. So I think that should be added for sure. I do wonder, why 200 square feet is very limiting. and a lot of people are gonna want shade, I think, off of this. If we allow 600 square feet for other accessory structures, why not allow some higher number, maybe 600 square feet, to include an awning? I don't know what we're protecting against if we allowed a 200 square foot pool house and then 10 feet away, some sort of pavilion for shade. I don't know if that's a benefit or not.
I take a cynical view on that. I think what you're looking at is conversion illegally of a location that can have plumbing into livable space. That's not actually been looked at deemed for that type of safety.
No, so I'm supportive of the 200 square feet, I think, for between the walls, which is a small structure, and I think that's limiting. But having a shaded patio off of that, you're not going to live in an open walled patio. I think that people are going to want that as an amenity regardless. And I think if we restrict this to 200 square feet, including any sort of porch areas, we're going to create sprawl. That structure is going to be a separate structure. And if it's not walled in, I don't fear it being used as livable space.
Well, I thought you were talking about, I was just talking about walled-in spaces, such as square feet. You're talking about the shade space.
Because it's included in there, 200 square feet, and that's really limiting. To the point that I think it would require, or people are going to have a separate structure to, for their grill or whatever else.
Well, yeah, the pool house, the intention of the pool house is a place to change, right? If you need to use a bathroom, not to have to go up to the main house. The intent is not to make it usable grilling living space. A pool house has a specific function, and that is, again, changing space. It's not a yoga studio, it's a pool house. So if you're going to design for a pool house, then I think the size limitation is justified because you can have accessory structures that are larger. And I think that, the idea of having 3 pool houses to get around that is also something that we should look at as well.
Yeah, I understand Ian's concerns on this with regards to shade. I mean, look, say you have the pool house and we determined that, a structure giving shade is now counted. So you don't build it. And so what do? You put up, a 9x9 umbrella. So that's 81 square feet right there. That's kind of temporary up and down. It's great, but is that necessarily better than having kind of a permanent fixture that's giving that shade? I to and fro on that one. I think it's perhaps a little over restrictive, just from the shade perspective. If it's not a livable space in any way, why limit it?
And I think on a large lot, people are going to just build the extra structures, which doesn't really help us. And on a smaller lot, you might have a pool, and the pool house is your only accessory structure. And this would force somebody to then try to cram something else in, because if you want any shade, you would need to.
Or they could just umbrella.
So I see a pool house as being a luxury. And 2, I have a bathroom inside my house, and I have a pool, and I have to go to the bathroom, I go inside my house. My kids go in the pool. Yes, I did.
Don't say that. Let's go back to health. I hope they don't be your youngest, and when they were little.
You understand what I'm
That's
saying?
why I don't swim with Dave.
No one comes over.
Yeah.
No one comes over. Anyway, so a pool house, or is a better definition a cabana house on there? I'm trying to figure that out, because is there places that you want to have actually a bathroom in locations? If you were playing tennis, 200 square foot, with the bathroom there. I don't know if, can this structure be built without a pool, as it's currently read right now?
As it's currently proposed, I would say no, because it does say customarily incidental to a pool or spa use.
Okay.
That would be that's a different question that the board could consider.
So
another type of accessory structure that is allowing for a bathroom.
So one of my design elements on there is drip edges over roof overhangs. Traditional, if you have a gable roof, traditionally you have an overhang maybe of 18 to 2 feet around it then too. That's just traditional building design over there to give an area where people get out of the elements prior to going to the house. Now that would be classified as GFA, where I think what we're looking to try to do here potentially, and let me know, Kate, is that when it's a 10 by 10 attached fixed structure coming up for a shade element that produces great amount of massing on there. So my concern would be to have what was just traditionally designed in a lot of our structures here to have a roof overhang be counted as GFA then. So I don't know if there's a medium there that we can have. I'm not as fearful as someone doing a detached shade structure, bigger than 36 square feet. Pergola. That then can be controlled potentially by also by your lot coverage eventually on there then too. But I understand how these one structures now are becoming larger and massing within an accessory structure envelope on there. It goes back to before. So I don't mind it being, I like the definition, but I think we should be cognizant of traditional design to allow for drip edges over it. And I don't know how we can encapsulate that better.
I think we can say a number. Like, you know, when we do 32-foot gabled roof, we could say how much of a roof overhang is exempt. You can give a number like that, and then say anything after that counts in GFA. If you're roofing over across your entire patio, now that counts. You know, if you're going for your pool house and the roof now goes up over your entire pool, say, for example, then now you're looking at it because of the impact that it has. So, you know, why do we count things in GFA? It's not just to count them. We have to acknowledge impacts that things have, right? And that's the way that in zoning, we acknowledge impacts, and that's why we limit it, and we're limiting impacts. So where this comes from was, again, that if we're gonna, you know, just talking about the massing is the one roof now that's over everything.
Mm-hmm.
And this, to put this definition in and to exclude that idea is another way to say, well, we'll just take the whole roof with pillars off of the pool house. So that's the intent. So, you know.
I can see that. I mean, so I'm like this right now, Supervisor, you're asking. So that's why I'm just looking at the traditional design. I think I'm trying to remember back to the tennis pro that was killed in a pool house in Southampton.
Yes, Venus Geraldinus.
Well done.
Bing.
On there.
Trivia.
These are some of those safety factors why we have to look at pool houses. I also do agree with what Councilmember Calder Piedmont said about one pool house. I look at a pool house as being a luxury on there then too. So I wouldn't mind actually, you know, defining the amount needed on it. There's not too many locations here that have multiple pools. And I think we need multiple pool houses then too, personally. So that's fine. That's fine.
So I would agree with you and Ian about one pool house. But Tom made a point about that maybe the way it's defined right now, and we heard it, it's overly restrictive. I mean, we know how strong the sun is. We know, you know, folks are looking for shade. It's, you know, skin cancer out here is very prevalent. I think we should be able, I'd like to see us strike a balance where we do allow some square footage for a patio, a pergola, or some kind of.
So an awning would not be included in GFA. If someone had a seasonal awning on a pool house, as it's written right now, none of that would count.
I mean, we would have to ask Joe, but I think, you know, if it's one of those retractable,
or
I think no. Because it wouldn't count towards your coverage. It's not permanently.
The only thing is about that, you know, the pool closes up, and so the use of the pool house is seasonal. So ways to keep it seasonal rather than a year-round structure is something to consider as well. But I think an allowance for, you know, a certain amount of overhang.
And for the sun, sorry. To me, it's what issue are we trying to address here? And I think it's mass and scale. And the mass of a pool house versus another accessory structure, there's no difference there in terms of visual impact. The additional concern with the pool house is what Dave said, which is the bathroom. But if we're talking about open walled area outside, I don't think there's a concern of that being wrapped into livable space. So I think there's a room here to allow for a larger.
I will share with the board, because there were multiple examples that Joe brought up with plans that had been presented.
The connected roofing.
Well, I think if we limit the size, if we include overhangs generally to accessory structures, that will go away.
So what I was going to say was that what he was seeing more and more is the 200 square foot pool house, and that allows the bathroom use. And then more over here, let's say like 200, number one, it's a little bit confusing to be able to define what that second 200 is, but it's a separate accessory structure because it's not the pool house portion and you're allowed up to 600, but then a roof that covers all of it. So I think implied in the code, even as written, is it still can only be limited to 600. So we're good. But because of that bathroom, because of that distinction, it was hard for him to work with the code as written. So that was one issue that we were trying to identify and address. Also, and I don't want to speak for Kevin, but there's this additional conversion, talk about like people doing things after the fact. There were a few examples where building a little half kitchen with a half wall, but everything is a really permanent, well done roof. And then you go back later and it's actually all enclosed now. And that's your 600 square foot. That's the workaround to getting the bathroom in a 600 square foot accessory structure.
I mean, just an example, like roof is one thing, like shade can be pervious. And I understand, like, I don't want to address water flow, like, so, I mean, you know, if it can be a permanent structure and still be pervious, you know? So I think a permanent roof is one thing, but shade is something different. And where we can provide shade, I'm kind of want to be supportive. If it's a roof, I would see it as a permanent roof, I would see it as GFA. So slightly different.
Well, perhaps to your point though about that concern of essentially attaching it to another accessory structure, should we just say that no pool house overhang can attach to another accessory structure? You know, I mean, I think we're going to solve a lot of that by counting, you know, the total space anyway.
My answer to that is yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
so then I think we're solving the problem very directly,
and then
while still allowing a reasonable
sliding doors are that becomes then, you know, this temporary in nature. They close them up and it can be conditioned space. Next thing you know, you have a large.
Yeah, which is why a couple of years ago when Ann Glennon was the principal building inspector, we did that separation because she's at 5 feet, because she sent us visuals of what folks were doing and it was becoming livable space. And that was the problem we were trying to solve.
So I'd be in favor of being very aggressive on that point. So there's not this problem, but at the same time, there's a reasonable utilization of, you know, the pool house.
Okay, so would it be, you're still comfortable with the pool house cannot exceed 200 square feet in gross floor area? It's just that the porches, roofed patios, and other structures attached there too, we could just strike all that. It's just that any roof over any overhangs cannot.
Yeah, that's what
the way I wrote it is no pool house overhang can attach to another structure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually might be captured by.
Yeah.
By that other section.
Well, that, and I think there should be some limit. It shouldn't be a 1,000 square foot overhang. I think it should be limited to the accessory structure standards.
So if they could get creative in their engineering, they could pitch it up to like 400 square feet, you're saying? So 200 for the building, is there a limit to the coverage?
To me, it would be 600
Outside
square
of the
feet.
building.
600 total is your.
Yeah, I think that the same massing issue applies to a pool house as an accessory structure. The concern with the pool house is the interior space, which I think should be limited to 200.
There's also, again, just that's a concern, and there's also the concern about taking one roof and attaching all your accessory structures to it.
But we want to prove that for sure.
Yeah, so I agree with what you just stated. So so it would be then your individual structures, building coverage.
It's building coverage.
Of the one structure being maxing up 600 square feet. So those 200 would be 400. That's what you can do on an overhang.
So how do you keep anything from being 400, 400, 400, 400? Now you have one roof that's huge. Is it just that
You don't let them touch.
roofs of accessory structures cannot?
Well, because it would be one structure, because the code is
Yeah,
changing, it's including that as part of the structure. So if they're attached, that structure is then oversized.
Right. Right, and then if that's attached to the pool house, and we have now that 10-foot separation from other accessory structures applies.
Yeah.
And you can't really sneak another structure under that roof hang.
Yeah, it became like what they were.
That's why the 10-foot matters.
We were starting to see cantilevered houses.
Yeah.
10 years ago, houses being cantilevered, and so into,
Well, there was a time when anything that didn't touch the ground on a structure didn't count in coverage.
we changed that in the zoning board.
So everybody's building and only touching in two places. Okay.
So maybe we come back to that also immediately?
Well, I think we can, keep the definition. I'll propose that, not to exceed the gross floor area. And then perhaps we can look at a definition that requires all accessory structures roofs to be separated.
When we're going to remove the part about the roof.
Yes, no, I got that. Yeah. I'm just thinking though, in the gross floor area definition under C, where we're increasing 5 to 10.
Yeah.
To me, that might capture it, right? That there has to be, well, no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because the roof doesn't.
Yeah, it just would have to.
Well, the part that captures it is including the overhangs as part of the GFA. Right, I think the loophole before was that overhang didn't count, so you could have a 10-foot separation with a roof over it, and that just wasn't counted as part of the structure, but now it would be.
So you're saying that the roof should be counted in the GFA?
Well, I think it is for accessory structures in this proposal, no?
Oh, in this, I thought you, okay.
That's one of the changes being made.
So then, if I'm following, we've got no pool house overhang can attach to another structure, or we might want to broaden that no accessory, that there cannot be any attachment for roofs with accessory structures. But then as far as we're keeping the pool house cannot exceed 200 square feet, but we are going to give an allowance for an overhang and shade, and that not to, did we just say?
So we have these are three different proposals. If we're okay with it, either this is how we can address it, either for shade, either we can say, and design, as David said, either we can say, this amount of square foot is exempt. Anything after that on terms of porches, blah, 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 counts. Or we can look at it as the roofs cannot be attached on any accessory structure and not care about how much your overhang is. So that's
here's what I mean.
What we want to do.
In the gross floor area, it says for accessory structures, porches and roof patios attached shall be included in the gross floor area calculation for the structure.
Right. But you guys told us to table that, so that's why I was thinking if you're going to pull that from the pool house definition, that potentially we were pulling that. But if you.
Well, to me, it's a different issue. At 600 square feet, I understand the need for that. To Dave's point of having some allowance, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever you need for drip. I'm not sure the proper terminology. I think we should keep that.
Okay.
And I think that you have whatever the allowance is, and I just think the pool house will be another accessory structure. But if you are counting that, it can't connect, because if it does, the size becomes too big.
So let's go back to the table then, which is number
B2 at the top of page 3.
Same page.
Okay.
Page 3.
You're good. Okay, so let's go back to B2 in terms of this conversation then. So for B2, what's written is for accessory structures, porches, and roof patios attached hereto shall be included in the gross floor area. So we're under B. Let me start from the top. For all other structures, so anything that's not your principal living structure, including porches and roof patios attached to any building, the gross floor area shall be the horizontal area of the structure in square feet measured to its outermost extent. So in B1, we already agreed to that. B2, what we tabled was for accessory structures, porches, and roof patios attached hereto shall be included in the gross floor area calculation for such accessory structures.
Now I understand what you were saying. Mm-hmm. So I got it. So, because I didn't know that you were saying if we do that in pool house, then we are we're putting 2 back into play.
Yeah, because I think we do want to have some limit. Yes. You can't have an infinite porch. I think to Dave's point, it's a good one. There must be some distance from an external wall that captures that. 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, I have no idea.
I need to do, I do, but I wouldn't mind having a recommendation from the committee.
Yeah, I agree.
I think too is back. I wanted it to go to pool houses because it was going to lead directly back into this larger discussion for two. So I'm good with that too.
You're good with number 2 and B?
Yes, I would just like to have a better definition of how we do that with pool houses.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where my greater
Let's
concern
go back
is.
to B.
To me in B2, if we say, overhang up to such a certain amount will not be counted. Or, porches past, overhangs past, whatever the amount is, are counted. So there's an exemption for whatever is reasonable. I'm not an expert, I don't know, Joe would certainly know.
And would you want that to apply to all accessory structures or to pool houses?
All accessory structures.
Which is B2, how we have it.
Yes, no, but
Because
we are not concerned about shade, for example, on detached garages or sheds or things like that.
No, I think this is from David's description, it's more of an aesthetic thing. And so it's the history of the design, the function, it does provide a small element of shelter. I do think whatever that number is, it's very conservative to me. It's like, look, you're getting out, but this is not like you're building out 4 feet or something like that. For me, I'm thinking 2 feet is right around where you need to be for that. But that's just my take. But again, I'd hit the committee's recommendation on that.
I think we do have to just be careful then going back to B in the way that it was already written for other structures, right? So for all other structures, including porches and roof patios attached to any building, the gross floor area shall be the horizontal area of the structure in square feet measured to its outermost extent. So we're describing how you actually measure it. And that was partially because it was a little bit inconsistent between a principal structure and a accessory structure and how you measure to it. But so we're already saying actually that porches and patios, it's measured to the outermost extent. So if we want to
give an exemption,
give it a little bit more for like overhangs, then we either have to change that or we're talking about 600 or are we talking about like 650 and then it encompasses everything?
Maybe it's measured to the outer wall, and in the case there's no wall, then it's measured. So if it's just a single roof, and you give, a certain leeway beyond 2 feet, as Tom would say, it's counted. So, if you have a 600 square foot building with 2 foot overhangs all around, that's allowed. Or you could have a 400 square foot enclosed with a larger porch. Once it goes past 2 feet or whatever the number is, it gets counted. A pool house, it's a 200 square foot to the wall, but you can have a large patio because you're allowed to go up to 600 square feet. That's what I would think. But does it make sense to you, Jamieson? Or?
I do understand, yes.
So there's consensus to keep B2 with an allowance for an overhang. Right now is proposed by the board 2 feet.
I propose.
I don't know that now. Yeah,
I'd like to hear
committee feedback. Yeah.
Okay, so for B2, just to keep this, because we're going to talk to Rob about what we have to go back for notice of public hearing. To keep in and pass these as a suite immediate, when we have a consensus and a resolution.
Right.
So I just want to keep that clear, Jameson and Rob. Okay.
Yeah, to me, the key mechanism is to measure to the wall, and then once an overhang goes past a certain point, that then counts.
Right.
As opposed to automatically counting the overhang.
I get it.
The one thing I just want to make just slight distinction, I think, the outermost extent that this was, we wanted to be consistent. That means to the outside of the,
we measure all structures to the same place.
It's not the inside of the wall. And that was a request from some of the industry group to at least make it consistent between principal and, because for some reason they were measured slightly different.
Right. So that was for consistency.
But I get your point. I just wanted to make sure you were not,
let's just make a note of
everyone was
that.
picturing the wall.
Okay. All right. 11.
This is sort of being consistent with 7A that we said private garage, just also acknowledging that principal building or structure contemplates now the inclusion of a garage if it's attached.
Everybody good with
Yep.
that?
Yeah.
That's an easy one.
Okay.
So, James, I apologize. Going back to the last one, can we look at the definition for open air appendage?
For B2?
For B2 and even in the pool house for open air appendage.
Do you have it up?
Yeah, open air. Open air appendage, a structure such as a porch, gazebo, or patio that may be roofed, but that is permanently open on all sides of the structure unless it legally shares one wall with the dwelling or one accessory structure. A side that is framed to accommodate screens is considered permanently open unless the frames are also fitted to accommodate windows or other impermeable materials. A side that is fitted with folding accordion or sliding doors is not considered permanently open.
What was the date that was?
21.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We worked on that.
Yeah.
Right, those are like screened in porches, and then obviously everything else that you said.
Yeah, if we could just meld that into that discussion and come back with recommendations, that would be great too. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so 11, we had 5-0 on that one?
Yep.
Story, 12.
Yes, so story is the existing definition under the code. We wanted to include this concept of the adjacent exterior grade in here. That closes that, makes that connection.
On the regrade issue.
On the regrade
And
issue.
here is where we have I know there's been some questions about that. In this definition, it exists already. There's no change to it. In the case of a property located in a FEMA flood zone, the area between adjacent natural grade and the minimum required first floor elevation shall not be considered a story. That's per FEMA.
Mm-hmm.
So that's captured in there.
Everybody good with story?
I support it. The only thing I think we have to be careful of is to make sure that the legal egresses don't get counted.
Agreed.
You know, it's the same issue that's come up before.
Mm-hmm. And just, you guys all know this, but I'm just going to state it for the sake of the discussion. Stories defined here because it is in the dimensional table, right? It shows you the allowable stories on each, size lot. So we want to keep track of that. I think it's 2.5 for every zoning district.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, 13. 13, for the sake of the public hearing notice, I wrote this, 255.11.10 is the dimensional table. So it will not look like this, obviously. It would have to be added at the amendment to the table, but that was too complicated to fit into your notice. But conceptually, you're all familiar with it. It would be the proposed reduction of the overall allowable GFA from 20,000 down to 10. Board members?
So I'll just, I don't agree with this approach to it. It's been pretty consistent to that. I think that this approach should be taken care of by lot sizes on there then too, if there's, or zoning districts on there instead of just a standard slash across the board on there then too. Someone has 10 acres in certain areas of township on there, I think they should be allowed to build a larger house. I'm not saying it's 20,000 square feet. I'm not even saying it's approaching that, but they should be allowed that accordance based on that character of that community, and the character of that neighborhood. And some neighborhoods can be factored into having larger houses on there. So that's the approach I'd rather see on it.
Yeah, I would say, look, a 20,000 square foot house is a huge house. I think it's, that it's a huge house. But I think if we're going to address the formula, that a lot of this is going to be captured. And frankly, I think what we heard from the public early on was, okay, great, that's sort of a token thing that's going to affect very few people. We need to do it across the board. And if we address the formula, we will be. And I think it'll trickle down to this, because if you limit the percentage or the as of right GFA, if you reduce that formula, naturally less property is going to be able to build larger houses. So I think we should table this as part of that discussion.
So I just will go back to say that there aren't a lot of spaces where you can put a 20,000 square foot house, because there's a lot of spaces, there's a lot of numbers in between 20 and this recommendation by the group of capping it at 10. We're looking at a cap. When even in our our formula now, we have 20,000 is not the largest house that you can build on the largest acre, but we have this cap in place. The 20,000 square foot cap max GFA was not written because it was the last number on the dimensional table. It was saying that this is the biggest house we think should be built. So while there are areas in town that don't allow, very few areas would be impacted by saying not 20,000, but there's 11,000, 12,000, 13,000, 14,000, 15,000. These exist in our small, not our small lots, but they're allowed. And
No, without doubt, they're out there.
so, I mean, it's not just 20 or, that's the only number we're addressing here. We're addressing a cap, which is different from a formula on the dimensional table.
Yeah, it's one where morally, yep, I get this, and I'm supportive of it. Legally, I have concerns, and I want to make sure that we think we're on solid legal ground with this one, because I can just see it being challenged. And, if it is challenged and we're not successful in court, then there's that set precedent. Like, are we going after something here that is just going to buy trouble? And, personally, I have no desire to see houses of more than 10,000 square feet in this town. I certainly don't ever live in one, but, someone's right to build one, this change.
So then, Tom, following that, the 20,000 square foot house would have been legally challenged.
Right, exactly. And it's really.
And that's been in.
And I think it goes back to, and we talked about this in a previous meeting, but, part of this is community character, part of this falls under other things, like what is the maximum size we should have? I'm generally supportive of the 10,000 square feet, but unfortunately in the world we live in, I can see us being challenged.
So David, are you saying you want to wait until we address the formula, or you're?
No, I'm not. I mean, even on the formula, I don't think would address my concerns. I think that this discussion for defining the maximum size of a house on a lot should be through a zoning district.
Not to lot size?
Or to lot size, yeah, you could say that then too.
Isn't that the formula?
That is the formula.
Well,
so we don't have
2.8, was it 2.8 acres, you can build a 10,000 square foot house? What it comes to approximately? I'm trying to remember.
90,000 square feet, you can build a 10,000 square foot house. Oh, I'm sorry, no. 90,000, you can build a 10,600 square foot house.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the principal structure. Right.
So my point about this
Basement's
is
exempt.
if we change the formula from, say, 10% plus 1,600 to 7%, 8% plus whatever, then that number is going to get higher naturally, the lot size you need to build a house. And I think that would be, I'm open to reducing this for sure, because I think that 20,000 is huge. But I do think demonstrating fairness across all lots makes sense. And the percentage, I think, is a really good way to attack that, where, the larger lot you get, the more coverage you're losing based on that percent.
But I'll just go back to the fact that when we put a cap in, it wasn't the highest number that you could achieve on the dimensional table. That's not what the cap was based on. The cap was based on the idea of how big is too big, separate from where we want to land on the dimensional table. It's not together. It's how big is too big in this town, in terms of a residence, a principal structure. Of course, on 2.8 acres, you can have accessory structures. You have much greater lot coverage where you can put more things, more structures on the property. But really, when we're talking about a residential house size cap, the question is, where do we land on how big we think? Well, whatever we do with the dimensional table, it can't be bigger than this. This is too big.
So Tom, I need, you're good.
I'm supportive of the 10.
10.
Yeah.
Ian, you want to address it when we get to the formula.
I think so. Yeah.
But you want to reduce it.
I'm certainly open to.
David?
I think just a standard 10,000 square feet is not appropriate right now. And is it addressed at a different time through a formula or through a zoning district? I think that's more appropriate than just do a straight across, cap on it, personally.
Would you feel the same way if the 10,000 was raised to 12,000? Or is it's just that you want to wait until, you want to do it through a zoning district. And you want to wait until we get to the.
Well, I would just like to know what the formula says. At a certain point, if you have 25 acres, not many people do, but it's a different calculation. So depending on what we do with the formula, it turned out you had to have 10 acres to get to that size house. I think that's naturally restrictive on its own.
So I'm just going to remind everybody that, we're not just looking at size, it's a lot. We're looking at consumption. And this is where I know where the rubber hits the road. Some folks don't think this matters in terms of the disturbance of the lot, et cetera, but I just want to remind everybody that whether we feel like these things shouldn't be included, they're in the comprehensive plan. They're the additional plans that we put into the board. So we must consider consumption of materials. We must consider what's coming out of the size structures, wastewater, everything that has to do with the use of something that large. So I just want to remind everybody.
I don't think it's fair to say that anybody thinks it doesn't matter, because there's consumption in every part of our everyday life. So I think everybody agrees that consumption matters. We're just talking about the best way to address it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting one. I mean, like, just framing this conversation when I first drove into this, it was like, what law above us is dictate some of this? And truthfully, the one that goes back to for me is the IRS, like death and taxes, right? But land doesn't depreciate, buildings do. Buildings built of this size, I mean, do we have the legal right to cap them? We currently do. We say 20,000. So why not the 10,000? I guess, what is that extra 10,000 really buying? From someone's living standards, I mean, we have a minimal size that we say an accessory structure you live in has to be over 300 square feet. So if a couple can theoretically live in 300 square feet, 10,000 square feet for one family is a massive, massive house. And I do think that as we kind of look in this community and we kind of address different issues, I think having that cap at 10,000, does set the tone overall for what housing in this community is. I think, we talk about affordable housing. Well, the top end of that scale matters. And so for me, that 10,000 square feet is a very important number.
So I guess I break the tie and I'm good with the 10,000 maximum, because we are not counting GFA basements. So if you were building a 1-story, your 10,000 square foot home could be 20,000 square foot home. Or if it's a 2-story, your 10,000 square foot home could be 15,000 square feet. So I'm good with the 10,000 maximum. Okay.
I'm going to move ahead just to also check off number 16, because this max just appears in 2 sections of the code.
Okay.
So 16.
So we've already dealt with 16. Good job.
Hanging fruit. Good job, Jameson.
Yes.
You're getting us
Okay.
going, Jameson.
Yeah.
14 is limitations on accessory buildings. The term accessory building or structure may include a private detached garage, garden shed, private greenhouse, pool house, or other similar building. Again, we were sort of looking out for places where concepts are mentioned in multiple places throughout the code.
This is adding pool house.
This is adding pool house, acknowledging it as because it's actually an accessory building or structure. Adding the term structure because it's used accessory building or structure. They're sort of used interchangeably in the code. And then distinguishing that now we're only considering private detached garages as accessory. Attached are considered the principal. So that's paragraph A of 14. B is the adding in the pool house 200 square feet. So I don't want to misspeak, but I believe that the 200 square foot pool house is in the dimensional table, maybe in a footnote.
I believe it is.
Okay.
Or else there would be bigger pool houses.
No, I mean, the limitation is somewhere in the code. So we put this here.
For consistency.
Yes, for consistency. Nothing has changed with how the code is currently applied. C
And I just want to also point out, as we've had
Oh,
from the
there it is.
beginning, in our areas of the code, of course, affordable dwelling units, affordable apartments inside of houses are exempt from any of these restrictions.
Yeah, well, look, now I got them all worked up. So I added C, I'm sorry, I added B. So C, the old B, which is the new paragraph C, had that pool houses of less than 200 square feet. So what I did was, in one paragraph, talk about the two sizes, 600 and 200, took care of that in one paragraph. So then the new paragraph C, now we're talking about shower and plumbing facilities. So that seemed like a good place to also reiterate the artist studio is allowed. There you go, the sink or sinks. And I found that from somewhere else.
David, that's, on C, we wanted to clarify the sinks.
Yeah,
That's
the
been
very
added,
first thing we
so-
thought, I mean, we might as well
I
go
know.
back and retalk. I mean, just it'd be interesting to kind of poll board members. Is Ian, you kind of mentioned you'd be open to the concept of a toilet in an artist studio. Other board members, I mean, positions on this, not just too far a reach. I know it's a.
David, you want to?
I'm not in favor of adding a toilet to any other structure besides a pool house, or you would define it as a cabana or a principal structure right now then too. I think it's just ripe to being exploited too much. You know, I've seen it on the zoning board. It's come into it so many times in the past then too. Again, a lot of everything comes down, artist suits comes down to enforcement on it. But at the same time, I'm not up for it, bringing that forward, right? Okay.
I'm open to it. I don't feel strongly. It was just is it one sink or two or plural? And whatever it is, it should be consistent across the board.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have like all my notes from when I was putting this all together, but I found that somewhere in the code, I believe.
I don't have a strong preference as long as it's the same.
Doesn't look like something I would have come up with off the top of my head, sink or sinks to distinguish it that way, but I will look.
Yep.
Okay, so D. This is cleaning up language for readability. There's nothing substantively added there. Then that's removing the old paragraph D because that has just been added to another section. E and F are new. This is the proposed, E is the new proposed limit for the overall heights of accessory structures. So except for an affordable accessory apartment permitted pursuant to 255-1163, no accessory building on any residential property shall exceed a maximum height of 15 feet or 20 feet for a gabled roof, or maximum height of 12 feet or 15 feet for a gabled roof in the case of a pool house.
So right now, currently, your accessory structure can be the same height as your principal structures.
I mean, but it would have to meet your pyramid on there. But I agree. I think this is appropriate because it goes to my overall goal about massing within the accessory structure setbacks on there.
Yeah, I discussed this one with my ADU committee as well, because, just what if you run into that scenario that someone's built an ADU and it is above the height restriction and suddenly it's not an ADU. And the consensus there was like, well, that's explained in the code earlier on and they would have to change it and they think that's fair. So I'm just sharing that feedback too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what Tom just said was a concern I've expressed from the beginning. I am concerned that somebody would not build an ADU if they're building new construction, knowing that they're committed to that for life, or they've got to tear it down when they stop that use. So, I think that's going to lead to less ADU construction, and I don't love that. I don't know if there would be a way to say, if it were used as an ADU at one point, that there's an exemption. That's probably too confusing. I don't feel super strongly about it, but I think there's going to be an issue that comes up at some point because of this. And
Okay, sorry. I'm supportive as written, so that would be okay.
Great.
Ian, to address your concerns, it could be somewhere in the ADU section where it's be considered a pre-existing non-conforming or something like that, that we could look at a different time. Because I understand your point.
yeah, I mean, I don't want people to abuse it either and get double.
So I think it wouldn't be here if there was an exemption anyway, was sort of my point. Okay, F is, so again, in the garage, where we've already discussed this concept, nothing new is added here, except that I added it here because all of those thoughts about the garage are plugged in the definitions. So in this particular section of the code, 255-11-23, limitations on accessory buildings, this is technically a new limitation on accessory buildings, so I wanted it to be here also. So a private garage attached to a principal building or structure is not an accessory structure and shall be considered a portion of the principal structure. The total square footage of the attached private garage in excess of 600 square feet shall be included in the gross floor area calculation of the principal structure.
And that's just to take it out of the definitions and put it in the limitation.
Just put it somewhere in the code. That's not just
something we all agree to.
piecing together the definitions.
Yep.
Okay. These ones will be easy. 255-11-67 is additional regulations. We were just removing the words or cellar this is number 15, right, on our list, because our code still technically read no bedroom shall be located in any garage or cellar. This was challenged. We had to take cellar out because bedrooms are allowed in cellars or basements now basements.
Everybody?
I'm good with this. My only question, somebody brought up should we set the fine amount in the code or not? I have no opinion about that. I defer to code enforcement and
it was there.
It was already there, I know.
Yeah.
But somebody brought it up as
So normally we've been trying to go to resolution.
Yeah.
We had to set it from time.
So while we're changing the code, I just think that all the people involved, the attorney's office, code enforcement, maybe we consider if it's the right place, then great. But
Okay. But I thought you were going to say, was someone else brought up, maybe we should limit bedrooms to 2, which is what I thought you were going to say, but we looked into that. We can't say no and we can't limit it if the space provides. So.
Yes.
But I think, Ian, to your point, like, do we want to take out the fine? Because I think changing that via resolution, should we need to, is less complex potentially than a code change.
I don't have an opinion. I just think we should consider it while we're looking.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah, I think we should do it. We could propose.
That's consistent with what we've been doing.
Strike that and add, the fine set by resolution.
Then come back, fine set by resolution, then we should come back right away.
Can we do that?
What we believe a fine should be, since there's already one here. Right, and until we do that, since we're changing it, there won't be any fine.
But yeah, then we have to do the res.
Come back, yeah.
Yep. Okay, 16 we said is good. 17, okay. 255-11-72 is height. Paragraph A is the determination of height. So we've talked about this now. This is putting it again, take what we've discussed in terms of definitions into the sort of meaty part of the code. So just adding that adjacent exterior grade concept to the determination of height.
And then on the next page, we added the egress is not included.
Yes.
In that measurement, to be consistent.
Everybody good with that?
I am, and I know we had one comment about how this affects FEMA height on there and blow through vents and such, and I think you addressed that with me when we discussed that.
And again, the legal egresses have to be considered here as well.
Yep.
Okay, 18.
255-11-74, other setbacks and height restrictions. So I changed the title if we are going to go with this because it's other setbacks, height, and depth restrictions. This is the depth to groundwater. Excuse me. Proposing a new subparagraph E, depth to groundwater, minimum of 2-foot separation from groundwater shall be required for all buildings and pools. This is how we propose it as drafted. Non-leaching structures of the sanitary system are excluded provided they are properly engineered to withstand buoyancy forces. That language came from the planning department because they look at this often.
Buoyancy forces.
The notation that is added on what we are looking at is in response to some feedback from the public. This had been discussed at the committee that the requirement for the 2-foot separation it applies to buildings and pools, but not piers, piles, footings, or other support structures that would clearly have to be sunk into the ground, and oftentimes in groundwater. That's the point of those raised structures, is to have to avoid that.
This is to address an exemption for support
Right,
structures.
and it was a point that Rick Whalen brought up.
Yep.
We looked at the public hearing. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, several people brought this up, and I think it was a good thing to bring up because I'm fully supportive of the separation for like basement spaces in the groundwater. However, the wording of this is going to be so important. We want to make sure. So I think we have to tidy this up in a way that, right now it's a no. I think this code is going to be
But
changed.
we added this is.
Oh, yeah, right, as a note. He's saying as a note, yes.
I know, but the note's going to be incorporated in a way.
It's going to be.
And so how do we
It's not gonna look like
capture
this.
every,
Yeah, it's not going to say note that.
To me, maybe it's the interior level of the, walkable floor or something like that. But the words are going to be very, very important because as we know, people take.
Yeah, we have this in other sections of the code where we know it doesn't apply to pilings, piers, footings. That's language that's already in the code for other structures.
David, you were good with that?
I am.
Okay. All right, 19.
19.
That's an appropriate change, and that's actually good government listening to the public.
19 is a new proposed paragraph F of that same 255-1174. This is the minimum railing height concept. The proposed language is for decking attached to a building or structure, which is 10 feet or more above the ground elevation directly beneath the decking. The required railing system shall be at least 42 inches high. So a couple things going on here. We wanted to be careful. It's not really just about a roof deck, because depending on how tall a structure is and what type of decking, that if you're over 10 feet from that ground elevation, this is also, as you guys already know, is a proposed increase in the New York State Residential Building Code. I might be saying that, you know what I mean?
No, you're right. It's the New York State Residential Building Code, which is, I think, at 36.
So currently it's required 36.
Commercials.
Commercial's 42 as well, so the genesis of this code change again came from building inspector code enforcement, and it's concerned 100% for safety, particularly since we are a town that sees a different population, has a lot of guests, and in commercial structures, it's 42 inches. And then when they're going into residences that they're either renting or visiting for the first time and enjoying that residence, it's lower, and it's really 100% came out of a concern for safety for people visiting here and living here.
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Yes, I just want to kind of clarify. So, someone replacing a pre-existing deck with the 36 inches, the railing, would they then be required to do the 42?
I don't think a railing height is pre-existing non-conforming. If you're going to replace it, just like a pool. So if years ago you didn't need to have lock gates for a pool and you put a pool in now, or you had unlocked gates, now you'd have to meet code.
So I think it's just kind of make sure public expectation on that's managed, because those do frequently get replaced. So now it's at the 42.
What about existing railings? Do they need to be replaced if they're 36 and now the code?
No.
Not until they were replaced.
No, but so if there's an application for a building permit for a new structure or involved in a zoning board or planning board application, well, not planning, because that would be commercial, this would apply.
Yeah, and we have a section on when the effective date and who's exempt from this. That's coming up in number 22.
Okay, so let's get to 20.
20, this is also in the same section. Now we're up to subparagraph G, basements. You'll see that we are proposing to distinguish, just like we did with the definition, to add the word residential there so that it's clear we are just at this time intending to apply to residential only. Subparagraph 1, basements shall not exceed 15 feet in vertical distance measured from the top of the foundational slab to the lowest horizontal structural member of the floor system above.
Okay, everybody good with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, just for discussion, would a staircase be included in the egress, or would it?
This is interior.
This is interior. Okay, got you.
Yeah, this is so you couldn't have a
When we're talking about
two-story.
egress should not extend more than 10 feet from the foundation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
We're not there yet.
Okay,
We're
sorry.
at G1.
Sorry.
So we're unanimous on G1.
Yeah.
So now we'll do G2.
Yes, okay, G2. Our iceberg house concept. The footprint of the basement shall not exceed beyond the exterior wall of the first story of the building, except for required egress. Egress shall not extend more than 10 feet from the foundation wall of the building with an area not to exceed 300 square feet total.
Okay.
So my question here is a staircase part of egress. It is.
Yeah, like if it's you're talking about
That 10 feet distance, I'm just trying to calculate out because I'm not a builder, but if you're having to traverse 15 feet in height, doing that over 10 feet would seem somewhat steep. I don't know if that would be, would you have to be going straight to a staircase? So
we looked at this, and we had the committee who is capable of drawing these plans and doing this math, which wasn't exactly me. But I do know in some of them, what the concept that they were envisioning, I believe, would think of you walk out of the building and then you're walking the staircase. It is parallel to the wall. So you're not going straight out unless you can make it with 10-foot distance. But you can also get out with a staircase by having the staircase, you're walking, next to the wall. And according to the calculations, it's nowhere near 300 square feet of the total aggregate of the footprint is very generous. If you add up, a window well and staircases and anything that would be required by the code. So if you only needed one, you could have a little patio or something out there like David wanted, if I remember correctly.
I think the patio, for me, the patio is important also, that we give that, although it's considered generous, because again, in the case of an emergency, one person out at a time scares me, and one person in at a time for the fire department that has to come in. If you have a space right there where people can stand, I think it's better than if you have nothing. So I supported the 300 square foot. Even it does give a lot of leeway in that area, but I think it's necessary.
Tom, if you're more comfortable though, I can double check. If the 10 makes enough sense for a staircase to come straight out.
Just a straight up one, then how much, because your width, I guess it doesn't have to be that wide, but
I think the staircase is usually going to go the other way.
Yeah.
It's 10 by 30, and so you're not probably going the staircase away from the building.
Yeah.
I don't think we heard anything against it, did we? I don't think.
No, the only thing was about overall exposure of windows that would be cut into. Should we also define the amount of exposure of windows or doors in a basement?
40 feet.
It's you need 22.5 risers, 8-inch risers.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it. I think it's tight, but I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Although would love to maybe get Joe to confirm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Hi, Joe. Joe's watching, by the way, or he was, because he was texting me. So I do have some interesting feedback for you guys, but we'll finish. He has one answer that we were asking, to a question we were asking.
So overall, I'm good moving that forward. Yes, I do like actually light wells outside, but I think this you're sort of bringing it into what's reasonable to allow for that in the design. Proper safety egress is on there also. Yes, so that's all there.
Okay. So we got through 255. We're up to chapter 102. This is one simple change to 102, which is our building construction section of the code. This is the 2-foot contours proposed on surveys.
And the idea of measuring the 2-foot contour actually came from surveyors in the group. How we measure it was we had originally proposed that it's in order to make sure we're keeping costs down for folks, that it was up to the building inspector's discretion on whether you needed to have your 2-foot contours noted on your survey. But then we had feedback from surveyors, and they talked about having a concrete trigger. But in having the concrete trigger, this will add a cost to all surveys. I just wanted to point that out, as opposed to at the discretion of the building inspector.
Yeah, so what the public is not looking at, we're looking at this.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, but I just want to explain. So what we proposed sort of from the committee level in response to the public hearing was, or the working group, liked some of those ideas that came from one of the surveyors, Dan Weaver, who spoke about instead of just leaving it up to the building inspector, that the requirement, so in furtherance of G and H above, it's not that helpful that I didn't include that, but it was because this was getting to be a very long document. The building, but it talks about what's required for a building permit to be complete. A building inspector may require topography with 2-foot contour lines indicated on the required survey. Then picking up the concept that was presented at the public hearing, that to include to require the elevations at the 4 corners of the property plus the highest and lowest elevation, and that if there is less than a 4-foot difference, then the 2-foot topography requirement would not apply.
So only 4 feet and up on topo changes on your, and that requires
That's the
so that
trigger.
every survey have this notation. So that's, I
Which is
want to put that
probably
in.
more efficient for folks when they're, applying for their building permit. They know in advance when the surveyor goes out there what needs to get done, as opposed to submitting everything and then hearing back from Joe saying, okay,
Yes.
you need this.
Or who's next? And I agree with that. Timmy Taylor, who's a buddy of mine, a surveyor, also mentioned something like this months ago, but to bring it back when Danny Weaver came in also and stated on the boundaries, the 4 corners, you have to have those already.
Right.
And 2, it's not much to ask of the applicant to come in to go the high and the low. So I think it's very reasonable to make sure we have protections in this code moving forward for situations that we've seen have been actually, unfortunately, forcing us into these decisions.
So will we then require that on surveys submitted for building permits? We'll require the high and the low of a lot?
Yes, that's what this is saying now.
Yes.
It's required on residential construction.
And then if there's a greater than 4-foot change in elevation, then that will trigger then the contour lines. That's
To needing the topography on the lot.
Yeah, I fully support it. As Dave said, the health department already requires the 4 corners, so it's a small ask. And I think that the clarity, it's actually easier for Joe, the building inspector. It's not discretion, so we'll have to reword this. It's not may. It's if you meet these standards.
You're exactly right. It won't say note, it's going to say shall, and we'll get that language tight.
And again, I think this is better, clearer language, and that's a credit to the process.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 22.
There's more?
At
I'm
the
just
end.
kidding. Okay, 22. This is proposed language for the after hearing resolution. This is in response again to there were concerns stated at the public hearing. I will say this is sort of my fault for not including this originally to me, because this is a legal requirement that you would be vested in the old code until the new code trigger date happens. Kate mentioned it and Rob mentioned it like once or twice. We never intended to not include this, but it's just better if everyone can see it and read it and know and feel good about it. So this may also be something that the board will want to consider right now. We have the proposed effective date of all of these ones that we've had consensus on as March 1. So temporary.
Just throwing in 2025.
2025.
Unnecessarily.
Yes. Temporary exemptions for the new local law, notwithstanding any other provision of this local law, parcels of land that have met one of the following requirements by March 1, 2025 shall be exempt from meeting the provisions of this local law. Number 1, a complete application submitted to the building department for a building permit requiring no other approvals. Number 2, a valid building permit. Number 3, a complete application submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals, Planning Board, or Architectural Review Board. Number 4, an approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals, Planning Board, or Architectural Review Board. This was lifted straight from the resolution from 2017. I think it was Britton who gave us the reso number when she presented at the public hearing. That was very helpful. I lifted this from that resolution, and I will acknowledge that I talked to Rob briefly about it. The only difference from the 2017 reso to this proposed is we did add the word complete in number 1 and number 3. Instead of it just exempting an application, it exempts if you have a complete application that was submitted either to the building department or the various boards.
And that's a planning department determination that an application is complete.
Correct.
It's not
Well, in the building department, again, Joe, I hope I'm not getting this wrong, they have a checklist.
Yes.
You know, that you kind of know at the desk or very quickly after if it's complete or not. Planning, Tyler's here, he could explain it, sometimes can get a little bit more nuanced, but you guys know that.
I'm supportive.
I just have questions on the effective date, and it's just consultation with builders. You know, we know a lot of time that there's a real crunch on them to have properties finished by Memorial Day. This date would, you know, anyone kind of looking to make changes before this goes into effect is saying March 1st. I'm just wondering if we want to tie it into the Memorial Day crunch. I don't know the correct answer. I just think it might be worth getting feedback from the building industry as to, okay, what date's going to be the easiest for you to manage with regards to this.
I think if they're going to have something done by Memorial Day, the plans would have to be done much earlier than Memorial Day.
Sure.
So I think that's why it's an
Just for
effective
the plans
date.
in March 1st. Okay.
Yeah, and this date was, you know, selected by Joe, like this is the time frame he needed to get up to speed and get everything ready. But I guess it's also dependent on when we adopt it. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
I think this is
that's
open question.
right. So I think in a perfect world, I mean, there's a few things that need to be researched. The language has to be finessed. I mean, if it's something that could come back to us December 3rd, and, you know, and if the board, and if there were things that we question, if we could be doing that, you know, offline, so that we could, you know, again, in a perfect world, have this on for December 5th for adoption.
Yes, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I just wanted to, further to that, Kathy, talk about the discussion we had on what we all agreed on today that has been heard in public in a hearing is allowed to is permitted to be considered for a resolution without having to come back for another public hearing. And what type of change would make something have to come back for another hearing. So that's a discussion I had with Rob, and I want to just be clear on that. So I think in just getting this together in language, we would want everyone to know that these changes do not constitute needing another public hearing, or which change would constitute another public hearing on the items we discussed today.
So everything I heard you discuss today, even when you're suggesting tweaks to what was heard, nothing is substantive and would require a further public hearing. You would need another public hearing if you were completely changing the wording of one of the proposals.
Or adding a brand new one?
Exactly. Well, even with Jameson suggesting adding the language about complete applications, that's common law, so that doesn't need to be heard pursuant to a new public hearing. That could be added to the law.
Yeah, you know what we can do also, because as Kate mentioned, she asked Rob and myself, but at the time of answering that, this discussion hadn't happened, so I didn't really know what I was thinking, you know, considering in terms of the proposed changes. But we will obviously look at that again and just make sure. As far as like I think what Rob said, materially, I don't think there was enough here that would make, you know, the concern is not just the public hearing, but we did get the comments from the planning board. We did the SECRA, we got the, you know, county. So if, for example, you guys just came up with a formula and wanted to throw it in there, I would say we probably can't do that, but I'll look at that again. So we'll know.
Just to double check.
Correct. By the 3rd, if the intention is to move forward with everything that we can, I don't think there's anything that will trigger it, but maybe I'll distinguish that so we know.
Thank you.
Great. So then we'll have two presentations on the 3rd. One is this tightened up, which what we just discussed, the final language, hopefully that we can adopt on the 5th, and then a preliminary discussion on the formula so that we can get moving on that. Great. Sounds great.
Thank you, everyone,
Thank
for
you.
your
Great job, Jameson.
time on this, your patience.
Thank you, Jameson.
Thank you, board.
I didn't know I was doing that. Did I know I was doing this? What? Nothing.
So that is a wrap of our topic. So now we're on to liaison report.
Okay, I'm going to.
Is it still Tuesday?
Yes, I keep this as brief as possible. I'm against the Citizens Advisory Committee met last night. We multiple discussions. We reviewed their proposed bylaws and the board's response to that. We also kind of went through the zoning amendments, and I listened to their feedback on that. I gave them updates on lighting with regards to the historic district and municipal district. They also got an update on the recent secret process. There was discussion as to any news on Cranberry Hole Road Bridge. I did reach out to town administrator. We have heard nothing back at this point. We kind of a lot of discussion around the fire hazard and around the state parks management plan for Napeague going on there. With regards to lowering speed limits, there was one other potential road suggestion that came forward that I'll send to you, the supervisor. So other than that, it was a fairly full meeting. Human Services, if we could just bring up the image for Human Services, that'd be great. I'm pleased to kind of note that we recently refinished the walking track behind the existing senior center. Some images of that are going to pop up in a moment. Additionally, want to advise people that November 21st, the Human Services team is planning on doing the mandatory training, so programs at the Human Services Department will be closed. Fire Marshal, we continue to review proposed changes to code regarding solar panels. ADU, and there's something. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm against the Citizens Advisory Committee. Our next meeting is December 9th at 6:30 p.m. So I just want to advise people of that. And that is everything from my liaison report. Oh, thank you. Sorry, thank you. Images of this is the new walking trail.
The refurbished. I mean, the trail was there.
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you. Refurbished trail behind the senior center. Beautifully done. So I'm trying to help them stay fit and healthy as well. And Anne-Marie, if you just next, the Marine Museum.
I'm gonna and can I, while she's getting that up, the senior center, they have a walking club.
Yes.
That walks. So now this is.
The Marine Museum also?
Yeah, we do the Marine Museum now too. So the Marine Museum on Bluff Road, now I'm against it. Those of you who haven't visited, I highly recommend doing so. It's a great facility. The town is looking to do some maintenance work there in the coming year. But just additionally, I wanted to kind of pull up and show the Marine Museum partners with a lot of the local schools to bring in and educate residents about the town's historical marine relationship with fishing and others. Goes back to some of the early fishing methods used out here and how it's evolved over time. There's also some amazing artwork that goes on there, both historical and contemporary as well. So these are just some images recently sent from the John Marshall School of students enjoying the center. A variety of activities going on there.
Too fast? Do you want me to?
No, that's perfect.
You guys are moving.
Yeah, no, perfect. And Stacey Myers continues to do a great job just kind of helping keep that facility alive. It is something I think definitively, having walked through with Steve O'Brien and had discussions, that there is work that I think the town will need to do to keep that structure alive in the next year or two. Certainly the rear porch area, we've got some leaks and some electrical issues going on. So, a great resource for the town, one we kind of have to continue to take care of. That's everything.
Great, thanks, Tom. David?
Let's see here. From Highway, I want to let everyone know that the Stephen Hans Path Long Lane Roundabout construction project is fully underway right now with PSE&G inputting their lines, utilities going in. Rosemars will be there shortly. So please be aware of that as you traverse that area. Also let everyone know that road curtains, when you have a cobblestone curtain, the end of your driveway, then too, they need to be permitted within the town of East Hampton. And typically we want them to be starting with any type of cobblestone at least 2 feet off of our paved roads for safety of our plows and such. Please contact the highway department, but you do need a road opening permit for any type of road curtains that you might be putting on your property. More information, please contact our highway department. You'll actually see on, I sent around to the town board, proposed change order for the Montauk Playhouse. This will be effectuating a situation that we had with our our boilers, and the other one would be for audio-visual componentry that we would like to install with the Playhouse. Has recommended this for running our infrastructure lines, electricity, so that we can have community events in there, and also town board events also then too. So you'll see that. If you have any questions, please contact myself, James Pincott, or anyone else on that email then too. There's a great aquaculture discussion reestablishing Eastern Long Island's oyster reefs with Dr. Bob Tyman. That's at the Southport Natural History Museum on November 23rd from 4 to 5 p.m. Lastly, I will not be there, but I know Chris Kangemi and Christopher Walsh has signed up for the Turkey Trot in Montauk on Thanksgiving Day. Both be there then too. Do the 10K if you both gentlemen want to. You get a free t-shirt. The signups for that are Elite Feats, and John Rooney, Superintendent of Parks and Recreation. We are actually at a record already pre-sign up for it. I think that the weather looks good. Lastly, keep it short. Thanksgiving is next week. We do not have a town board meeting. This is when I traditionally, with my family, always give a giving of thanks. I have a first giving of thanks to my wife, my children, my family, then too, for everything they support me. Moving forward, it allows me to come to the town hall prepared. They give me enough time of my day to be able to be fully prepared to give back as best I can to the residents. I was giving a thanks to my town board members on there, then too. You feel like almost family members to me at times, then too, where we could agree to disagree and bicker but at the same time you work together to get things accomplished. I have a giving of thanks then also to everyone, all the staff members of the town of East Hampton right now for making it much easier for myself to do my job. I have a giving of thanks to the residents of the town of East Hampton for being some of the best residents of any township in the world, and I mean that. So I wish everyone happy and thankful Thanksgiving next week, their families or others, as we all move ahead into the holiday season.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. How do I follow David?
So you can go next.
I disagree with everything Dave said. I'm thankful.
We all extend, and David, so well said. I have to acknowledge it before we move on. It's the truth from your heart, and we all share it. So thank you for articulating it so well. Energy and Sustainability Committee met, and we had a conversation, update from Kim Shaw and Megan Folks from Natural Resources on all the NYSERDA programs, the Solarize programs, and doing more educational pieces on all of the above. Kim talked about the NYSERDA program, looking at the future redevelopment of the Cove Hollow property, where the peaker plants are. That's a NYSERDA grant that the town received. And so they had some preliminary ideas of what should go there. Basically, we're looking at solar is most appropriate for that location in the future. And next we'll be having meetings with Natural Grid, the property owner, to talk about how once those peaker plants or diesel-powered generators are phased out, this is a grant that helps the municipality look with the stakeholder and the owner of the property what is appropriate there in terms of clean energy. So there was a lot of discussion about the types of clean energy at the meeting. We also talked about furthering the composting program that was initially a pilot program and is growing leaps and bounds through a lot of help of everyone sitting here and farmers. The committee will come back with an expansion of that program as we try to move that ever forward. And there is a group of citizens that would like to talk to Energy Sustainability Committee about the leaf blower ban and how to make it more effective. They'll be coming to present at a future meeting. And I think that will be good to go over as well. And I'm going to keep it real short right there. Great.
I'm going to keep mine very, very short. Just two quick notes about Springs things. The spring signs that have been missing for a period of time. The first one is now built. I want to thank Steve O'Brien for his help there, and Tony Lippman actually did the construction. But hopefully the 3 spring signs, welcome to spring signs that have been gone for a couple of years, will be back very, very soon. And lastly, the spring CAC, not at a meeting, but members of the spring CAC suggested we install a poop bag station for a lack, I'm sure there's a better word than that, but that's how.
That's
Okay.
That's what I call it.
TV,
All right. Well, anyway, at the Terry Ganley Nature Preserve at Maidstone Park, which is a common place for dogs. Again, Steve O'Brien, shout out to him, was willing to do it if the board had support. I think that there's probably support, but if anyone disagrees, let me know. And I'll mercifully stop there.
And just have to add, because Terry Ganley was a great lover of dogs, but if you all remember, she used to walk her cat on a leash through the neighborhood. So I just want to bring back that history of Terry.
It's the Terry Ganley Preserve.
Okay, so I just want to remind residents that there's a statewide burn ban still in effect. New York State instituted the burn ban, and it continues through November 30th due to heightened fire risks associated with recent dry conditions. The current fire danger in our region has been rated as high, meaning that fine dead fuels such as dry leaves and brush are highly susceptible to ignition. And the town of East Hampton urges all residents to exercise caution and follow the guidelines, which can be found on our website, to prevent fires and ensure the safety of our community. I also want to make note that this past weekend, two members of our town staff, Russell Young from Code Enforcement and Daniel Gross from Planning, volunteered their time to go upstate with their respective fire departments and assist in fighting the wildfires. They both got home safe, and we are grateful for their service and their sacrifice. And to all our volunteer firefighters, thank you for putting yourself in danger on a continuous basis. You leave your home, your family at a moment's notice, never knowing exactly when you'll be back. And we want to also give thanks to the families for enduring these challenges that come with their loved ones' dedication and service to others. So we are beyond grateful as a community. The town is excited to be partnering with Toys for Tots. I believe this is the first time the town's done that, and we're working with the East Hampton PBA, Superior Officers Association, the CSCA, and the Department Heads Association to bring holiday joy to children in need. We've got 2 boxes. One is here in the main, in the lobby of Town Hall. The other is at the Montauk Police Precinct, and folks can stop by during office hours now through December 12th. I also want to mention that there's a PSE&G informational meeting, and that they're hosting an informational meeting on the installation of a new underground 69 kV transmission cable running from the Bridgehampton substation to the Buell substation in East Hampton. This project involves work along several local roads, including County Road 79, which is the Bridgehampton Sag Harbor Turnpike, Germain Avenue, Madison Avenue, Harrison Street, and Route 114. The meeting is tomorrow, Wednesday, November 20th, from 5 to 8 p.m. at LTV Studios. So if you have questions, we suggest that you attend. So it's a great opportunity to get the information you need. And it's just going to be stations set up in the room so you can do it at your own pace. There's going to be a couple of resolutions on for Thursday that I'll be sponsoring. One is a memorializing resolution proclaiming Saturday, November 30th as Small Business Saturday. And also, Rob, I believe we're going to be able to have the resolution that we need to ask the state to conduct a review of the requested speed limit change for approximately 24 roads in the town. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up is the January 2025 meeting schedule. I'm proposing, Carol and I had a conversation, and I'm proposing that we hold the organizational meeting on Thursday, January 2nd at 11 a.m. And that same day have a town board meeting that night, as we need to do the warrant, and we may have public hearings that we can schedule, and then everything else will run. You schedule the first 3 Tuesdays will be our work session, and the 3rd Thursday of the month will be our town board meeting. So that's what I have for my liaison report, and I believe we have a few resolutions. So
Let me just take a look and
Yes, I
see
think
who starts.
I start?
Yeah, you do.
So I have Resolution 2024-1410, which is a provisional appointment to environmental aid for Emily Klein. Resolved that Emily Klein is hereby appointed on a provisional basis to the full-time position of environmental aid in the Natural Resources Department at grade 16 starting step, which is $50,098.67 annually, effective retroactive to November 18, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Resolution 1411 is a reimbursement of court filing fees. This is resolved that the Finance Department is hereby authorized to issue a check in the amount of $1,280 to the following: Paul Fiandella, and this is for at 25 Maple Lane, East Hampton. This is for a $1,280 filing fee reimbursement.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 2024-1412 is to amend Resolution 2024-1381 to correct the expenditure budget code.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
1413 is to amend Resolution 2023-1464, and this too is to correct a budget line.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
1414 is a budget modification for the Finance Department to pay the retirement invoice. So we're moving $5,200 from Whole Town Retirement Contribution Reserve Fund to the A Funds New York State Retirement in the same amount. We're moving $400,000 from Part-Time Retirement Contribution Reserve Fund to the New York State Retirement B Fund in the same amount. And then we're increasing safety inspection fees for $236,744, and we're increasing New York State Retirement for 2 B Fund lines in the same amount.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
1415 is a resolution adopting a negative declaration and notice of determination of non-significance for the proposed senior center located at 403 Abraham's Path, Amagansett, New York. And the town board hereby issues and adopts the determination of non-significance, i.e. negative declaration, and notice thereof pursuant to SECRA, and authorizes the supervisor to execute the full environmental assessment form, part 3. And I just want to note that all the related paperwork and documents are on the town website.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
1416 is to authorize the prepayment of expense for the town board. This is, the town of East Hampton is hosting a meeting on December 11th for the East End Supervisors and Mayors Association, and this authorizes the payment of $3,200, and we want to place that on the December 5th town board warrant.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
1417 is to adopt the 2025 town budget. Resolved that the town board adopts the 2025 preliminary budget as noticed and heard, and that the preliminary budget now becomes the 2025 adopted budget to take effect January 1st, 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that's all the business we have before the board. Do I have a motion to go into exec session?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to go into exec session for advice of counsel and personnel.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and thank you, LTV.
Thank you, guys.